Welcome to Sepang International Circuit. You're joining us live for round 4 of the Asia Road Racing Championship and the first of round 4's qualifying sessions. This is the underbone. Normally this would be what we call the super pole, but as you may be able to see from the screen, this is a slightly soggy Sepang. It's been raining persistently now for a couple of hours. The track is wet, and super pole would have been pretty difficult for these riders, because super pole means the riders go out at 20-second intervals alone. So Race Direction, in their infinite wisdom, decided that a better way to determine the first 15 places for the starting grid would be a shortened session, a 20-minute session, shootout. So all the fastest 15 riders from this morning's qualifying session are in this shootout, and that will determine the first 15 qualifying positions. So they're just out on their out lap at the moment. You can see the spray coming up. If you look carefully, you can see the rain, which is kind of teeming down. It reminds me of London weather, to be honest. Daniel, you know this part of the world better than I do, but what do you make of these conditions?
Yeah, I mean, these are tricky conditions now. It's rare that we get rain lasting this long. It's been a few hours already that's just been pouring down. Momentarily we thought just gonna be a short, heavy rain, but it just hasn't stopped for ever since, I think, before the TVS. I think even the 600cc's were the first ones to enjoy this weather.
Yeah, they had a semi-wet kind of half and half session, and then yeah, it was properly wet for the 1000s and the TVS 1 make. So yeah, it's been probably about 3 hours now we've had these conditions. So the track is properly wet, and these 15 riders will be there to shoot it out to determine the first 15 grid positions. In dry conditions this morning, the order was Shafiq Rasol, who was fastest. The time that he recorded was a respectable time of 2:33.2, and he was followed by Afif Amran, and all the way down to the P15 cutoff, which was Murabil Vitoni. He recorded a 2:36.2, so there was 3 seconds on a dry track covering these first 15 riders. That's Charles Shiraz on track now. He set the place alight on in round 2 back in May. So let's see what he'll do in the wet. Daniel, you know this rider too.
Yeah, Shiraz, he's quite an impressive rider. He's made some improvements steadily since last season in the local championships, and yeah, currently coming into the Asia Road Racing Championship underbone 150s. He's been impressive. In round 2, he did way better than I expected. I mean, I knew he was talented, but to come into the Asian Championship and straight away get into a pole position spot, that's not an easy task. And for him to be performing this well as well this weekend in qualifying, earlier he did a 2:34.7, and he was in 6th place. So really impressive so far from the wildcard.
Yeah, and his pole time, just looking back, was 2:30. Actually, super pole time was 2:35, which is good for a super pole lap, yeah, with no assistance. Yeah.
Yeah, 2:35 on the super pole lap is really good, actually.
So he's making his way around at the moment. I was going to ask you whether you thought the lap time in these conditions would be around about 2:55. That looks like it could be.
It looks very likely. I mean, because the conditions are not, there's no real dry line being shown at all. So definitely, I think at the most we might get 2:53s, but it's really looking more in the mid 250s for now.
And that is Wezu going through for team One for All. 251. Okay, so that's a good marker. Wezu, very quick rider, but we haven't seen him on the box yet this season. Unlike his teammate Pirapong, who pulled himself a second place. I think he was in race 1 at Sugo last time out. But there are some very quick, experienced riders out here, and some rookies too. Referring particularly to Keandra, but there's one of the more experienced, Gupita Krishna, number 23. Let's see where he's going to stop the clock.
2:49.
2:49, so he's blown us out of the water, Daniel, in our early predictions.
Our predictions are way off. So wow, so looks like we can expect somewhere in the 2:49, maybe even a 2:48 coming up later in the session. Yeah, for now it seems that we're right with him on that opening lap.
Yeah, and there are some notable absentees from this top 15 in this shootout. Most notable is that Zaidi, championship leader on 90 points, and also on 90 points, Wayuaji Trilaksana. Neither of them made the cut, amazingly, for the top 15 in this morning's dry session. There must have been problems for both of them. We're looking now at Morabul Vitoni on screen. He's made a good start to this session, having done a 250.
Yeah, Morabul Vitoni's got a really decent lap time. Looking at in comparison to Gupita Krishna, it's not too far off, a 1.3 second gap between himself and Gupita. So he's found himself momentarily on the front row of the grid for now. And we'll see whether that stands, because we still have about 11 minutes left in this shootout session. We know there's plenty of riders that will be looking at that front row spot on the grid. Shafiq Russell, look out for him as well. He's a decent rider in the wet. And I think Pierre-Paul Beng as well, he's going to pull out something special. He's doing a decent lap time currently. He's improving.
Yeah, one thing we know about riders that have come through the Cup Prix is that they will be used to riding in wet conditions.
Definitely, the riders. However, this season it's been a bit of a weird one. I think we've only had 2 rounds where there was wet weather, so it is a bit of a refresher course for these riders, the local riders. But nevertheless, there are still plenty of riders who are really on pace, because right now Gupita's 2:49 is looking like a possibility that he might run away with that, because there's no one else that's challenging close to that timing as of yet. Everyone else is about 2:53, 2:54.
And just 10 minutes remaining.
Not much time at all, actually.
So that's not very many laps at 2:50, is it?
It's about 3 laps remaining. Looking at the times that they're doing now, 3-4 laps.
Yep. Goes Fazli Sham, number 46 on the 1XOX TKKR machine. So, experienced rider, good in any conditions. 248, 249, 50, 51. Okay, so he's 2.3 off. And provisional front row for Fazli Sham, joining Gupita Krishna and Morabul Vitoni.
Not a bad time at all from Fazli Sham. He's in a decent position now. Aoi Uizu, he's coming out of the pit lane as we speak. So he's going to rejoin this group. He's currently 4th, so perhaps he can improve by a couple of tenths and he will find himself on the front row of the grid. Looking at April King Moscato, he's not having the best of sessions yet. He's all the way down in 14th with a 2:55 863.
Yeah, April King coming in. We were talking about him earlier. He's made a real solid start in ARRC Underbone 150, finishing every race. Last time out, podium at Sugo, which was no mean feat. And looking well set, but of course, when the rain comes down, it gets a lot more unpredictable. The other ready orange bike going through there, ridden with a rider with a white helmet, is Pirapong Nui Boon Peng. The other team, all for one rider. And he's shadowed by Shafiq Rosley. In fact, now he's shadowing Shafiq Rosley.
Tricky conditions. Once you lose the drive in these conditions, it's very hard to get the momentum back, because it's hard to open the throttle mid-corner when you're in really slippy conditions. And there we go. That was Murafiza Supat. We're trying to go on the outside of Pirapong, I believe. It's a bit tricky on the on the curbs there in the wet.
Yeah, that's really messed up Pierpong's lap, so he'll have about another 2 if he's lucky.
For now in this group as well as Mohamed Kiandra, doing a decent job. He's in 13th with a 255.562.
Yeah, Kiandra, of course, scored a podium last time here at Sepang. Much to everyone's surprise and delight. He's still 13 years old, right?
I do believe so. Yeah. He's. Yeah, the last time we were here, he was still 12 years old. I think he just turned 13.
Ah, okay. Anyway, he's by a margin the youngest rider in this class.
It's still an amazing feat to be that young and competing in the top 15 of this category at this level.
Yeah, and a classic case of nobody told him that it's difficult.
Yep.
Which is a great piece of coaching. Now let's take a look here.
And the two Shafiqs, Shafiq Rossi and Shafiq Russell. Very good.
Russell was fast there.
Yeah,
Russell up into P2.
Gupita Krishna 246.916.
Yeah, he's got this. He's really got the measure of these conditions.
That's really an impressive time from Gupita. 2.5 seconds faster than Shafiq Russell in second. Marubio Vitoni, he's in third still. It looks fit. Charles Shazras, he's gone into 8th. Mohamed Kiandra, he's gone up into 5th. Wow.
That's good. They still haven't told him it's difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at Mohamed Kiandra's social media profiles, and one thing I saw is that back at home in Indonesia, he's used to riding the 150cc bikes, and I think he's so used to the level of competition that as a young rider, all he's focused on is trying to get faster. He doesn't care about who his competition is. He just all that he's thinking about is his own bike, his own self, his own performance, and I think that's why at such a young, tender age, he's still able to fight at the front with all of these very talented and very notable riders.
Yeah, it does demonstrate how here in Malaysia and in Indonesia, how so many good riders come from this class.
Definitely. Now here's Sharon Shazras Yuzi. He's coming across the line now. He's got improvements throughout all the sectors, so he should go up. Yep, he goes up into 5th position at 2 minute 50.015.
Everybody else quick here. Everybody, of course, is out on track. There's 5 minutes remaining. Nobody's got anywhere near, meaning not within 2.4 seconds of Gupita Krishna, 2 times champion. And he's had an up and down few seasons, Gupita. Riding now for a Filipino team.
You can see that Gupita just letting everyone else get past him. See the likes of Afizat Supat there, Afif Amran there. I do believe that's Nazrul Izzat who's found himself in the back of this group, I think.
Yeah, he could do with hauling himself up, and we know he's capable of it. So he's currently at the bottom of this shootout group in 15th position. You're looking at number 50 there, Afif Amran. Currently, he's dropped down from where I was expecting to see him, currently 11th.
Yeah, Afif Amran, he's not had the best of weekends. He just managed to make it into the Super Bowl, or what is now a shootout, with a really good time of 2 minute 33.698. But in this session, this time it's struggling a bit. And by the looks of it, Hafid Pratamaditya improves up into second at 2:48.938, but still trailing by 2 seconds of Gupita Krishna's time.
Yeah, some riders running wide there. Afif Amran. Afif Amran looking as though he's going to get another 2 flying laps in. So looking from the bottom up, we've got Nazrul Izzat currently holding this up. Afif Amran dropped down to 14th. Oi Wezo 13th, and Pierpong Louis Bumpeng 12th, and just above him in 11th position is Giancarlo Maurizio. And on your screen there is Nazarul. We know he's got more in him than 15th position. What are his sectors looking like?
His first sector so far, that's an improvement for himself, but it's nowhere near the first sector of the top 10 riders. So he's got to find a little bit more. Perhaps something's not right with his bike currently. But for now, Gupita Krishna, a really strong sector 1 time. That's the fastest sector 1 time that we've had. Second sector decent as well. But looks for Abram King Moscato. He's found his pace a bit. He's up into 3rd on the last lap.
Yeah, decent performance from him. So he's provisional front row now, P3. 2 minutes left, which means one more lap after this one for most of the riders out there at the moment.
For now, we follow Nazrul Izzat on the Umar Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia team. He's definitely no slouch. We know that he is someone who's capable of putting in race-winning performances, so this shootout so far just hasn't been the right session for him.
Yeah, he raced to winner at Sepang last time.
So this lap is definitely not going to be the lap that pushes him up into the top 10. So he'll have to hope on the next flying lap that he's going to get.
That will be his last one for sure, with counting down towards the final minute. So the riders that get across before the checkered flag will get one more lap, and Nazra will be one of them. And he needs to make it a quick one. Gupita 46.909 at the top, and Shafiq Rasul 247.5, so he's within 6/10 now of Gupita. And Murabil Vitoni has pulled himself up as well. 247s, Fazli Sham also in 247s. Those are the first 4.
They've closed the gap down with Gupita. I think when Gupita crossed the line, I think the riders behind him were all just trying to follow. If we're looking here, yeah, definitely Gupita there at the front. He looks like he slowed down and backed away from doing another lap.
Probably worried about towing too many people with him, but we're on board now with Ahmad Fazli Sham, currently in 4th with a 247.7. Nice onboard shot. That's probably about as much as he can see.
Oh,
and that's one of the Cardinals bikes down. That's Afif Amran.
That's a fast place to crash through. That's turn 5.
Yeah.
So Afif, he was running down in 14th, so that was really the last opportunity for him to try and claw back the gap. But oh, he's just lost the rear there. It's a really fast crash for Afif.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the rider was behind him. That gave him something to think about.
Yeah.
There's a lot of turf there that he's taking back to the pits. Well, he'll be there to fight again tomorrow.
Yeah, to be fair, it's starting from anywhere in the top 15. Even if you're at 15th with the underbone class, it's still possible to get straight into the front fighting group within the first few corners. So not too disastrous for the likes of Afif or Nazrul Izzat, but they do have to have a really good start and make sure that the setup is fine for the race day tomorrow and on Sunday.
Very true, and so the checkered flag is out now, and it looks like Gupita Krishna is at the top. And Daniel is going to go down and talk to him in Parc Fermé when he comes in. But that was a convincing performance there from the double underbone champion, the Indonesian Gupita Krishna, riding for the 4S1N Yamaha racing team, a Philippine-based team that the Indonesian has gelled very well with over the last couple of seasons. He's coming into the pits now. Very decent job by him, and it's not only in the wet, he was doing well all the way through free practice. So good weekend so far for Gupita Krishna, and he's backed himself pole position as he just bumps his way into technical control to be checked over, and then he'll be talking to Daniel when he's got his helmet off. Let's take a look at the results now. This is the shootout for the first 15 grid positions. Gupita Krishna on pole with a 246.9. Behind him, Shafiq Rasool. In third place, outside of the front row, Murabil Vitoni. Fourth, Ahmad Fazli Sham. Sharol Shiraz Sharol Yuzi in fifth. Sixth place, Hafid Pratamaditya, I beg his pardon, 248. Seventh, Giancarlo Maurizio. Eighth, Shafiq Rosli. Starting from 9th, April King Moscado. 10th, Kiandra Ramadipa. 11th, Pirapong Louis Bumpeng. 12th, Afizad Supat. 13th, Oy Uwezu for Team One for All. 14th, we saw him crash a few moments ago, Ahmad Afif Amran. And 15th, Nazrul Izzat Baruddin. So those are the first 15, and missing from there, if you've just tuned in, are two notable absentees. Wayu Aji Trilaksana, who is joint championship leader, let's say, with Izzat Zaidi. We just take a look out. The sky is that brightening, ever the optimist, but we are going to go down to Daniel now, who will be talking to Gupita Krishna.
Sekarang kita ada bersama Gupita Krishna. So Gupita, tadi memang session yang susah sebab hujan. Tapi bagi Gupita, macam mana session tadi? Sebab kita nampak Gupita pada awal session memang sangat laju.
Terutama saya di dalam kondisi hujan ini saya sangat suka sekali. Posisi trek basah saya sangat suka, like sekali dengan posisi kayak gini. Dan saya juga sudah mengalami waktu race tahun berapa itu, sudah saya pernah mengalami kondisi di Sepang, kondisi hujan, dan syukur alhamdulillah saya di Superpool ini mendapatkan nomor 1, dan besok saya di grid 1 pole position. Alhamdulillah.
So Anthony, apa target untuk perlombaan esok? Apa target untuk race esok?
Untuk target buat race besok saya akan semaksimal mungkin, dan saya akan berusaha untuk podium pertama.
So last kali boleh kasih satu message untuk fans-fans Gupita di Indonesia?
Ya, saya bantu doa untuk besok, untuk saya buat race besok, race 1 besok, race 2 minggu. Mudah-mudahan saya bisa membanggakan negara Indonesia dan saya bisa podium.
Thank you Gupita, and good luck for tomorrow.
And a recap here of that shootout for the first 15 grid places for the Underbone Race 1 tomorrow. We saw the lap times come down quickly during this session. We're just looking at Giancarlo Maurizio there, number 124, followed by Gupita Krishna, who stunned everybody and led that session by 2.5 seconds for much of it. As we got through, there goes Gupita. I think this was when he set a 2:49. He subsequently set a 2:46. Murabil Vitoni was in the top 3 for nearly all of that session, riding for LFN HP 969 Indonesia Racing Team. And there is Ahmad Fazli Sham, number 46 on the 1XOX TKKR. Also showed well during this session, as you would expect. He ended up on a 2:47. Crowded there as they got towards the later stages of the session. Going through there, Shafiq Rasool, who performed very well all the way through the wildcard, and Shafiq Rosli, recording that time around 2:49s, and Sharol Shiraz Yuzi, fast last time out, exciting rider last time in Sepang for round 2 via ARRC, and showing well here ending up in 5th position. There was Afif Amran on the outside there, just going round Sharol. Nice onboard shots here. We're riding with Ahmad Fazli Sham, and there goes Afif Amran in the late stages into the grass. He was okay, but took away a lot of turf. And Gubita Krishna crossed the line, hand up, first place. Fantastic job for the Indonesia. And we will be back shortly with the AP250 qualifying. Join us then. Welcome back to a damp Sepang. We're here in Malaysia for round 4 of the Asia Road Racing Championship. And we're into the qualifying sessions this afternoon. We've already had the first 15 qualifying shootout for underbone 150s. And on track now is the Asia Production 250 class for their qualifying session. The rain has just about stopped now. We've had a few hours of rain. You can see the plumes of spray being thrown up from the rain tyres on these AP250s. But we've had a lot of water down on the track. It seems to have stopped raining now, which could make this session somewhat interesting. What do you think, Daniel?
Definitely. Honestly, from personal experience, and most of the riders will also agree with this, when the rain stops is actually the worst time to be out on track. It's trickier to really gauge the conditions, and it happens to be more slippery. But for now, the good news is, well, for the other categories after this, is that there may be a dry line starting to form after this session is done, with the rain stopping. But being that it is still very cloudy, there's no break in the clouds for the sun to come out. That seems just quite unlikely. But for now, it's going to be dependent on the riders being able to gauge the conditions, understand their bike well in these very damp weather conditions, and really just be able to complete the lap without making a mistake.
Yeah, and the track condition could change, or probably will change a little bit every lap. So that's the challenge. We're looking there at Anggi Setiawan, who is fast in the dry conditions. He's being shadowed now by Setu Rajiv, number 80 on the Honda India machine. And we tried guessing the lap times on the wet session in underbone, so maybe we won't bother this time. But we'll look instead. We were about 10 seconds out in the end.
Yeah, we probably just give wrong expectations immediately.
Yeah, but now let's look at Aiki Iyoshi and Andy Mohamed Fadli on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Kawasaki's. Both very quick riders. Aiki Iyoshi had the better of his teammate during free practice. There is an equalization formula that works, multi-part formula that works in this class. First of all, to even out the machines, meaning between the Honda, the Yamaha and the Kawasaki, so that gives them different rev limits. And then if one rider gets ahead of the others in the championship, then once they get a certain number of points ahead, they get a cut in revs. And Mohamed Fadli, who's been at the top of the championship all season and remains there at the moment, has had 2 rev cuts, so he's missing 1000 cc. That might matter less in wet conditions, but let's see, he's tracking his teammate at the moment. Nothing much to choose between these two on speed, but Andy has been better, it's fair to say, on consistency over the course of the season.
Yeah, we've seen Aiki Iyoshi, he's been getting close there, Andy and Aiki. But Aiki Iyoshi, he's been well within the fight for podium spots, but he's just been, as you mentioned, not as consistent as Andy. We know that Aiki is definitely capable of fighting for the top spots, but just whether or not he can stitch it all together and really put out a winning performance.
Yeah, we just look there at there's Piwat Patumyos gone through there, and there's Rafid Topan Suchipto. He's riding for LFN HP 969 now. Very experienced rider, international experience, and well aware of his capabilities. Dodgy conditions will suit him because of his experience. And he's running with Piawat, who's so far had one of his best showings in AP250 so far this season.
Yeah, Piawat's looking pretty good in the 2022 season, and here in Sepang as well, he's looking exceptional. He's done a really good job for himself. In 4th place was his overall practice result. His fastest lap time, 2:26.658, coming in the 3rd practice session. So he'll be looking to capitalize on a good weekend so far and try and qualify either on the second or the front row.
Yeah, he's giving Rafid, who's currently top, a run for his money at the moment. And notably in P2 is championship contender Reza Danica Arens for Astra Honda. We'll probably take a look at him in a moment. But these two guys are quick. Rafid Topan scored a podium in Buriram in the first round. I think it was a second place. I'm going to check now, but I remember it because he told me on the end of Friday he was going to finish on the podium. And sure enough, he did it.
For now, there's Piawat and Rafid Topan around turn 15. You can see really the spray coming up as they get into the braking zone for the last corner. So I do suspect that the lap times will drop quite a bit as the session progresses.
And look at the top now. Oh, okay, look at the top now. It's just changed again. Aldi Satya Mahendra went there briefly until Rafid crossed the line and reclaimed the top spot for LFN HP 969. And Piawat second, not too surprising as those two have been travelling around together. And here comes another couple of fellow travellers, Aiki Iyoshi and Andy Fadley, still running together. They are currently down in 13th and 14th position, surprisingly.
Yeah, some teams seem to be struggling a bit in these wet conditions. Even the Astra Honda racing team, while they're not doing too bad with Reza Danica, he's in 5th. It's not the dominance that we saw them in drier conditions, so especially with the Moto Sniper Manual Tech racing team as well. They seem to be struggling a bit. Aiki Yoshi, he's managed to get into 12th. Andy Fadli, he's in 11th, but nowhere near where we expect some of these riders to be.
That's right, but let's shout out to Setu Rajiv and Senthil Chandra Sekaran, the Honda Racing India riders, who in these conditions, we keep using this word now, tend to equalise things. They're running in, positions have just changed somewhat, but Senthil in 8th and Setu in 13th. He was comfortably in the top 10 until a few moments ago.
Yeah, it really seems like the wet weather has brought them closer. And yeah, they're performing quite well so far. This is really a good performance from the two Honda Racing India riders. For now, we're just looking at, I just saw Ray Ratakura, he's just gone up into 6th place with a 2:40.516. So most of the top 8 gapped between a second and a half.
Yeah, and a good distribution of Yamahas and Hondas. You can see Ray Ratakuri's experience coming through there, perhaps. Reza Danica Arens, you couldn't rule him out in any conditions. He's such a class rider.
He just looks so calm on the bike. He's confident, but right now the calmness isn't paying off for him. He's still down in 4th in comparison to how strong him and his teammates have been riding throughout this throughout yesterday and today's sessions.
Yeah, and Aldi Satya Mahendra provisional outside of the front row. And he's provisional pole just before I finish my sentence. And
it's
he's
changed
now,
once again.
now middle of the front row. This is exciting, ladies and gentlemen.
Now this is a proper qualifying session.
Yeah.
Piawat Patumyas, he goes fastest now at 2:37.772.
Yeah, nice work by the Thai and nice work by the 16-year-old Indonesian Aldi Satya, who I would expect to perform very well in the rain. He did well in wet conditions in Sugo, and among a lot of other people, I was the first to notice him in wet conditions when he was 13 years old at Suzuka, where he was just phenomenal back in 2019.
Yeah, he's definitely a talent in the making, and we look forward to seeing more of him as the time progresses. But for now, he's doing an exceptional job in second at 2:38.392. And Piawat Patumyas, he's improving once again through the first sector. So Piawat, he's taking advantage of the Astra Honda riders not being able to fight at the top 3 currently. So this could be putting Piawat in a really good starting position for tomorrow's race. If he gets on pole, I think we can really expect Piawat to contest for the victory all the way till the end.
Yeah, it feels like Piawat's time is coming, doesn't it? And there is Aldi Satya Mahendra He's nicely done. That won't have helped his lap time, but
It
that
looked
was a nice bit of
spectacular.
control. Yeah,
Once again on the exit there.
yeah.
It looked fantastic, but definitely lost some time there.
Yeah, aggressive, confident on the bike. As you said, Daniel, really class rider and one to watch.
Well, it seems that Adinanta Putra, Herjanatna Fridas and Reza Danica, the three Astra Honda riders, have gone back into the pit lane, but here's what happened at turn 9. Amazing control to be sliding like that in the wet conditions. That's
Yeah, that was two-wheel drift. Yeah,
that's quite a skill. So Aldi Satya, you can see that his third sector has really slowed down thanks to that. But he's at the back straight of the Sepang circuit now. Behind him, there's Piawat. He will have seen what happened at turn 9.
Aggie Setiawan in 4th. A rider always looking to see what he will do. You never know quite. He's literally a wild card, isn't he? Not in the entry form sense, but
The definition of the term.
but yeah, on his day, he can really upset things in a good way.
Yeah, there's Piawat there. He just came across with a 238 dead. So he's consistent in that higher 237, lower 238s. But there's the Astra Honda team riders that we're getting a good image of them there. And it looks like Reza and the mechanic having a brief exchange of words. Perhaps something just not settling with them. Because right now Reza, he's in 5th. Adinanta Putra in 8th. Hirjan Adna in 9th. It's a real contrast compared to what we saw in practice yesterday and today.
Yeah, in the dry conditions, and we know at least that Reza Danica is capable of going quicker than that in these conditions. And just as a reference, the times are about 11 or 12 seconds slower in these conditions than in dry conditions. Akid Aziz, shout out for him, as we often do on the 1X TKKR machine, in 11th currently on a 2:41.
Yeah, Akid is a talented rider, but this weekend just hasn't gone his way on home soil. So he'll be trying to find a little bit more with the team to contest strongly into the top 5 positions, because for now, even top 10 is a struggle for him.
Yep, and Aggie Setiawan up into 4th as we were speaking, and Setu Rajiv is got himself into 7th, so good work from him.
That's a really good job from Setu Rajiv, up into 7th place. Previously, they were always fighting in 15th, 14th, and to be this strong in the wet session, 7th place, it's a real top job from Setu Rajiv and the Honda Racing India team.
For sure, look at the two guys behind him, Adinanta and Herjan.
Yeah, those were our front runners in the previous session, so
Exactly.
really good job.
Yeah. Aldi's not on it this time. Didn't see quite what happened there, but perhaps they're inviting each other to have a cup of tea in the pit box afterwards. That's Aggie Setiawan, so quick riders there all on screen, and back into the Astra Honda pit. They are all in, all 3 riders.
It's interesting, I don't see the mechanics really working on the bikes. Oh, so we're getting news that at turn 4, rain has started to fall again, so I have a feeling once again, the Astra Honda racing team, they were probably waiting for later on in the session when things might get a bit slightly, well, I can't say drier, but less damp.
That's it, but it's now getting more wet.
Yeah, it's apparently starting to rain again from the information from a cameraman that we just gotten. So it might be a tactical play by Astra that's gone wrong once again.
Yeah, and in comes Piawat with 12 minutes remaining on the clock.
If it starts raining all over in the next 1 or 2 minutes,
Yeah, ripple of appreciation there for the young Thai as he goes back into the garage.
Yeah, he's done a top job, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think I'm right in saying I remember him winning the Suzuka 4-hour race, which they do on 600s, with Muqtada Sarapurch maybe 3 or 4 years ago now, but that was in the wet. Almost the entire race was wet.
Yeah, Pierre was a confident rider in the web, but Andy
Fadli.
Muhammad Fadli into second place, even with the RPM restrictions that he has, the equalizer, as we've said many times already today.
Sounds better, doesn't it?
It does sound really good, yeah. But yeah, it's amazing. He's up into second now, and Aiki Yoshi, his teammate, is up into sixth.
Yep, Seta Rajiv still in the top 10, and he's in the pits. And there's a bunch of riders, including the Astra Honda riders, on their outlaps. 1, 2, 3, Razor.
Oh yeah, you can see the
Yeah.
rain coming down now at turn 4 there. So it has started to rain. The 3 Astra Honda riders have come out of the pit lane as well. So for now, we're looking at Andy Muhammad Fadli, who runs in second. It's a lonely ride for him currently. Oh yeah, you can see that the rain is starting to pour down at turn 7 and 8. And I think that is going to be quite worrisome for the Astra Honda riders, because they are down in 10th, 11th, and 7th. Apologies, 8th. With Reza Danica. He's the only one still in the top 10 for the Astra Honda team. So with the track getting wetter. Oh,
And we've lost here. Is that a kid?
it looks like a kid.
I think that's a kid. Aziz's gone down there.
Yeah, this is at turn 5, I believe it is. This is where Afif Amran fell, I think, as well.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yeah, once again, it's just almost exactly the same place and in the same fashion.
Yeah, and yeah, so a bit more turf gone off there. Unfortunate for him, but in these conditions, it's easily done.
I was just grabbing his right thigh there. Let's hope that he wasn't too badly hurt from that. It looked like a normal low side, so he should be fine to get back on for the races tomorrow and on Sunday. But for now, I think with only 9.5 minutes remaining, I think that should be the end of Akid Aziz's session.
Yep, Pier 1 hasn't finished though. He's about to get back on that Thai Racing CBR. Here he goes. His margin at the top, just under half a second currently ahead of Andy Fadli. Being half a second ahead of Andy Fadli is not exactly a comfortable place to be.
Yeah,
because he can easily take that away from you.
Definitely, if I was Pierre Watt, I would be really shaky right about now, looking at how close Andy Fadli got. And it's really impressive coming from Andy, because we really didn't see him contesting for the top spots all throughout this weekend. And now out of nowhere, in the wet, he comes up into second.
Yeah, so provisional front row is Pierre Watt, Andy Fadli and Aldi Satya Mahendra. And they're followed by more class. So many class riders in this field: Rafid Topan, Angi Setiawan and Aiki Yoshi. Continue down and you've got it as well. This really is the level. We were talking about this in free practice earlier, but the level of riding in this AP250 class is phenomenal, and you don't realize it until you get close to it.
Definitely, everyone is capable of putting in good performances, and a lot of riders have been previous champions in other championships before. So it's really a grid filled with experience and riders who are just out there to win it. And speaking of riders with experience, Mohamed Sharul Ezwan, he's just gone up into 14th, so looking a little bit better in this session for him, but not as good as we've seen him in the dry. Mohamed Muzakir, he's having a horror story right now, all the way down in 16th, 242.527. So seems that Mohamed Muzakir's worries from the earlier practice sessions are still continuing on now.
Yeah, not a good outing for him. It's Herjan going around there. He's been the most impressive of the Astra Honda riders. In the dry, he is currently 11th. Reza Danica, as you might expect in these conditions, is the quickest out of those three.
And the interesting one, I really expected Idlan Hakimi to be higher up the order in these conditions, but he's all the way down in 17th. So it's just not going right for the Bunsi Honda Racing team on his side of the garage. But for Irfan Haikal, it's not too bad. He's up into 12th with a 241. Right now, there's the timings for Reza Danica and Herjan Anafridos. See the pair of them there behind. Herjan is the likes of Reza Danica.
Yeah, here comes Piawat, then Irfan, Herjan, and Adelanta.
The amount of spray coming from the tires of the bikes down into turn 15 is really huge. So
yeah, on this shot, as they go around the final turn, you can see the rain.
yeah,
So let's see what Herjan stops the clock at this time.
He does improve up into 7th. Oh, Adinanta Putra up into 2nd. 2:38.093. Here comes Reza Danica. What's his timing look like so far? It seems he's improving through each sector, so there's going to be a good one from Reza Danica. Goes up into 9th.
Yeah, impressive from Adenanta. And a good bit of formation work there by the Astra Hondas, as we so often see. Angie Setiawan on your screen there. He is in 6th position currently. In any condition, he's been quick, and he's just behind Aldi Satya Mahendra. Yeah, that is there's Angie behind you, and there is Senthil. He's got, they're running together, the two Indian Hondas. Where are they at the moment? Setu Rajiv in 11th, Senthil in 16th. So they've slipped off a little bit, slipped off the pace a little bit. But with the conditions changing all the time, first the rain had stopped and now it started again.
Yeah, it's a really tricky situation for all the riders, but there we go. Angie Setiawan getting the slipstream of Aldi Satya. Some teamwork.
Yeah, courageous teamwork. Looked a little bit more aggressive then than teamwork.
But he looked a bit
this is
close.
qualifying, yeah.
But he does work in Angie's favor there, really well planned out. Got the slipstream down into turn 15 and goes straight up into 3rd. A 2:38.128 from him.
Yeah.
The fastest first sector as well.
Yeah, that was classy lap.
So here it comes now. Aki Yoshiden and Andy Muhammad Fadli.
Andy currently 4th. And Aiki 8th.
You can see there Andy Muhammad Fadli is having to play that really wide line and rely on rolling speed. I think that's due to his RPM cut, so he's going to have to make sure that he can carry as much speed as he can throughout the corners.
Yeah, it's a real challenge for the technicians to get the mapping right, so that the disadvantage is minimalized. But also, as you make the point, Daniel, there needs to be some remapping of the riding style as well, just to make the most of it. And Andy's a class rider.
Adinanta Putra, he's just gone fastest now at 2:37.586. So the Astra Honda Racing Team back up onto 1st. Look at Andy there, really aggressive into turn 15. Getting past the likes of his team at Aiki Yoshi.
Crossing the line, sir, there is just under 3 minutes remaining now. So that's 2 more flying laps.
Oh, Andy Muhammad Fadli right up into 1st again at 2:37.401.
Well, we said a half-second lead on Andy Fadli could disappear in a heartbeat, and it just has.
Piawat's gonna be pressured now to try and catch up and get back that provisional pole position from Andy Fadli.
He's led most of this session, but he's finding himself on the provisional outside of the front row. And yeah, he's putting the hammer down now. He's got Adelanta behind him.
He's got Rafid Topan as well. He's trying to take advantage of this.
Yeah, Rafid has been there or thereabouts for most of this session. He's currently down in 7th. So yeah, it's business time in this AB250 qualifying session. As we take a look at Herjan, who's been really impressive so far. He's not going to impress further on this lap. He lets the other riders go ahead of him. to the back straight. There's one of the Bensu Hondas going through there. So that was Irfan.
Yeah, Irfan is down into 13th now, but Muhammad Muzakir, he's improved up into 12th, so looking a little bit better for the rider from the 1X2X TKKR team.
Yeah, looking at the championship contenders, we've got one, Andy Fadley on provisional pole, and Reza Danica provisionally 11th, with 1 minute left on the clock. So this group of riders, led by Piawat, is coming into the final turn now.
Yeah, these riders will still get one more flying lap in it. They'll cross the line before the checker flag comes out. You can see that they're in again on that shot.
Yeah, let's see if this is decisive. He has a look behind him. He's clear. No, that hasn't helped his campaign. But as you said, Daniel, he's got one more lap, and
that's Irfan Haikal crashed off there. I think that's turn 2. It's an unfortunate end to Irfan Haikal's qualifying session. He's limping there, so picked up a bit of an injury, I think. Reza Danica just come across with a 2:39.569, so he goes up into 10th.
yeah, still a fair distance behind his championship rival, it has to be said.
That's just interesting. Adinanta Putra didn't even try and contest for one more lap. He just went straight into pit
he's
lane.
in, but you can see with the red in the background, you can see how hard the rain's falling.
Yeah.
That is pretty steady rain. Looks more like London than Malaysia rain to me. But at least it's not cold.
That is true. It does look like the typical weather we'd see in certain parts of the UK and certain parts of Europe.
Yeah, here's a Thai rider on a mission now on his final flying lap, Piawat Patumios. Currently third, he's led much of this session. This is his last chance as we look at his pensive pit crew.
Angi Setiawan's actually on a really good lap. His first and third sector has been pretty strong. Ooh, a bit of a moment there for Piawat. His first and second sector for Piawat hasn't been too great. I don't think he's going to be able to make it unless he pulls something really special at the last few corners. Angi has just come across a 2:38.689, so the fourth sector letting him down.
Yeah, but respectable qualifying. If you can get on the first 2 rows in this field, then that's something of an achievement. Fadley still at the top by just less than 0.2 of a second. Piawat, as you said, Daniel, I don't think he's gonna do it on this last lap. The conditions are getting wetter. He did get a little bit out of shape.
But then it was just Herjan Adna there behind exiting of in the exit of turn 14, and it was just really on the limit there. Here comes Piawat, and it really doesn't look like it's going to be this lap for him. And it looks like he might have to settle for third, but it's not a bad position at all. He'll be on the front row of the grid when it comes down to the races tomorrow and on Sunday.
That's it. I think if you'd have offered him that yesterday, he'd have taken it. So Piawat to start from the outside of the front row. Good result for the Thai rider. As we just watch Saiki Yoshi and Andy Fadley cross the line for the final time. About to cross the line, I'm sorry.
You just saw Reza Danica, he's gone up into 6th place, so a good last minute effort from Reza Danica. He's right in front of his teammate Herjan Adna in the 7th.
Yeah, that's it. So that's it. That's confirmed that Andy Fadley will start from pole position, the championship leader. He will have alongside him Adinanta Putra and Piawat Patumios. Daniel Bogas is on his way down to interview Andy when he comes off his cooling down lap. And let's take a look at the provisional results for qualifying. Pole position for Andy Mohammed Fadley, in 2nd place Adinanta Putra, outside of the front row Piawat Patumios. Leading the 2nd row Aldi Satya Mahendra, the 16-year-old Indonesian, Anggi Setiawan 5th, alongside him, and Reza Danica came up to 6th late in that session. 7th, Hurjanatna Firdaus, and 8th, Rafid Topan Suchipto for LFN 969. 9th position, Aiki Iyoshi, the only Japanese rider in this class. Alongside him, Rei Ratakuri. 11th, Fitrian Zakete. 12th, Muzakia Mohammed. 13th, Irfan Haikal Amidi for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. 14th, Satu Rajiv for Honda Racing India. 15th, Sharol. And 16th, Sentil. 17th, Akid Aziz, who we saw crash. 18th, Idlan Hakimi Radwan. 19th, Leongnan Si. And 20th, sorry, not 20th, Cal Vietnam is not around this weekend. Those are the qualifying results. And let's have another look then at what was a challenging qualifying session as the condition changed throughout. At the beginning, as they came out onto the track, it was not raining. We saw there some good early laps there from Piawat Patumios for Honda Racing Thailand, and he was being tracked by Rafid Topan Suchipto, who did top the timesheets at one stage, the Indonesian on the LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing machine. These two riders for Motor Sniper Manual Tech Racing, Aiki Iyoshi and Andy Mohammed Fadli, did a lot of circulating together and in the end did a good job. Here is Aldi Satya Mahendra, the exciting young Indonesian, getting out of shape, controlling it beautifully and performing well all the way through, eventually to take 4th place. Little foot off the pegs moment there for Patumios, who chose to slow down. Taking a look around there, I think there was a, let's call it a misunderstanding between him and Aldi at that point. Andy Mohammed Fadli kept his powder dry there. We see the unfortunate Akid Aziz sliding off there and collecting a load of turf on the outside of that turn. There's Hurjan Atnafadus, the number 46, going inside Irfan Haikal. Back once again with the green machine of Andy Fadli, who kept the hammer down. Aiki Iyoshi was going with him, but he pulled out a late lap of 2:37.4, as you saw. Adinanta Putra came good late in the session too. Andy Fadli crossing the line. So Andy Fadli on pole, and we will be going live to Daniel to talk to the pole position man for tomorrow's race.
So we're at Park Framing with Andy Mohammed Fadli. So Andy, what a great session in qualifying that was for you. How was it out there for you?
Yeah, this situation is nice for me because in the hot condition I'm very struggle with the engine and the setup because you know, I already cut 110 RPM, so very difficult for me, but this is very important for me. Start from pole position tomorrow, and I will try to get a point or podium tomorrow.
So knowing the conditions, the performance in different conditions, what are your expectations and what's your target for the coming races tomorrow and on Sunday?
For tomorrow is whatever the situation, I will keep fighting for win.
And last but not least, do you have any message that you want to give to your friends and family at home?
Yeah, of course. Please wish me luck for tomorrow. I hope I can get a double podium again in Sepang, Malaysia.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck for the next race.
Welcome back to Sepang and to round 4 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You're looking at the beginning of the 30-minute qualifying session for Supersport 600, and on your screen is local rider Ibrahim Noureddin, number 66.
Yeah, Ibrahim, he hasn't had the greatest of weekends. He's been struggling a bit, trying to find that extra bit of time, but now's an opportunity to try and claw it back in the wet weather, because it is pouring down now. Once again, it's Sepang. I was down doing the interviews at Park Fermi, and it was drizzling at the front straight, but it looks like at the back parts of the circuit, at turns 7 and 8, it looks like it's pretty heavy there.
Yeah, we had a weird session this morning, Daniel, that you handled, where I think only about half the bikes came out. Because it was raining on part of the circuit and it was dry on another part. It was just so strange as the weather was changing from dry to wet. But it has settled as wet. And Ibrahim is the first rider out there. But the story of yesterday, anyway, was the Indonesian rider, Andy Faridis Deha.
Yep.
Who was by a comfortable margin for this class, the quickest rider out there.
Yeah, Andy Farid, he competed in the Malaysia Superbike Championship in the second round, and I think that definitely gave him an extra boost and gave him a bit more momentum coming into this race weekend. And he did say that Sepang is one of the tracks that he does enjoy, so it really speaks in the results that he gets, because right now he is really the force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, this is a circuit that all the riders speak well of. It's got every kind of challenge pretty much on this track, and it's a real, they call it a rider's circuit. Has somebody gone off there? The camera's panning out. Oh, okay, let's see, just looking down towards turn 1, and we're looking there at Azroy Anwar.
Yeah, Azroy and Helmi, they both didn't come out, as well as their teammate Idam Pawi didn't come out for the practice 3 session, as Barry mentioned. You mentioned just now that it was a very awkward session. It momentarily started with a 50-50 half-track raining, and then it stopped. And we thought, okay, it's going to start drying up. And that's when we saw the Astro Honda team putting Irfan and the likes of Andy Farid out on the slicks. And the second that they came out, it started raining again. So it was a plan by the Bunsi Honda team to just see out the conditions, and ultimately they didn't go out.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where you had to think, what will you benefit from going out in those conditions?
Yeah, exactly.
If it's all wet, fine, but half and half, and it was literally half the circuit. It wasn't a drying circuit. Half of it was wet and half of it was dry. It was just really weird.
It was really weird. You could see the sprays coming from the tires all the way down from turn 1 up until turn 4, and after that it was just dry all the way until you reach turn 11 again. It was just really an awkward session altogether.
Yeah, we're just looking there at Karol Idam Pawi. Karol yesterday had a little bit of a quiet day. He was 10th on combined times.
Yeah, Idam Pawi, he just didn't seem on pace at all this weekend. Don't know whether it's up to his setup that's not really matched to what he wants yet, whether he's just saving the momentum for later on, but he definitely needs to pick it up in this session, because this is qualifying, and if you let any of these names get in front of you, they will defend and they have the chance to pull away.
That's right. And interesting in these very early stages that out of the 2 Astra Honda riders, it's Irfan who is at the top of the timing screens by a decent margin, 1.7 seconds ahead of Kito Abe. Kito Abe, of course, is a newcomer to the series. He joined, and there he is on screen, the number 12. The Japanese rider joined at Sugo. A lot of people thought he was a wild card there, but he wasn't. That was his first race as a regular ARRC rider. And there he is circulating with Irfan, currently top, and Kito Abe currently second.
Here's Irfan Ardian Shah now, number 16. He had a really good second sector, the fastest second sector so far in this session. Sector 3 though, decent but not the fastest. He comes across, it should be an improvement from Irfan. He comes across now at 2:28.175. So that puts him 3 seconds nearly ahead of Kito Abe in second.
Yeah, that's good. I did hear some expectation from inside his garage yesterday that they were looking for some good performances from him. Talking about good performances, there's Nakarin Atirapuvapat, the Thai rider. He had a good day yesterday. I think he was second on, yes, he was second on combined times. He did go out briefly this morning, but his best time yesterday was a 2:11. And you can see the rain's pretty hard at the moment, can't you?
Yeah, it looks like it's starting to create a bit more standing water. You can see how it's just kicking up from the rear tires of these bikes. And these are going to be tricky conditions.
Yes, and there is that Andy Farid? And look at Nakarin. That's. I was just going to say, we know that he's a good rider in the wet, and that looked like showboating, but
it really did.
but it's actually not in his nature.
Yeah, it's just the style.
He's a very unassuming guy.
Yeah.
But he's masterful in the wet, and if you go on YouTube and Google Chip Nakarin's save, you'll see what he did in Moto 3, which pretty much everybody can remember.
Nakarin, he's a rider I really do enjoy watching, and that was an absolute beautiful display of control and understanding of the conditions and his machinery.
Yeah, and ice cool.
Yeah, definitely. Irfan Nadiansha, now he's improving again through Sector 2. Kito Abe, he actually closed the gap between himself and Irfan. He's done a 2:28.9, so Kito Abe doing a really good job on the 1XOX bike.
Yeah, that is excellent, and Andy Farid has moved himself up into third, second off his teammate. And there is championship leader Helmi Asman, number 32. He's a rider that's really shown maturity this year. He's always been good, Helmi. Former underbone champion, of course. Name changes at the top, no. Yeah, Helmi put himself into second.
Yeah, it's a really good lap from Helmi. He realizes that it's this is the point in the championship where he needs to start pulling the gap a bit more. And he's doing a good job of getting himself provisionally on the front row. But Irfan Ardiansha, a 2:26.947 from him. That's a really, really fast lap time in these conditions.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Helmi this season has been that when he's had a tough race, he's come straight back.
Yeah.
And I think that's a measure of how he's stepped up. His head doesn't drop. He had some injuries in 2018, 2019, and that really knocked his confidence. But he's moved beyond that now as a rider.
Yeah, Helmi's one of these riders who is just relentless. He won't give up, and he's really doing a great job right now as a championship leader. But for now, we go back to the Astro Honda Racing Team rider Irfan Ardiansha. He's done a good first sector. His second sector coming through is not a bad one, but it's not improving. But Irfan is putting in some really hot lap times in these conditions.
Yeah, and Kito Abe showing his medal here. Number 51 on your screen now in P3. 2 seconds off Irfan's time, but we saw his quality, and there is a nice little save for him that he probably could have done without having to make, but he made it.
Yeah, it was just a reminder for him. Oh, and he still goes up into second, even with that error there.
Yeah, that's it. That was a pretty violent twitch. Let's take another look at it, because it was a nice save. There he goes. Yeah, he will have felt that.
Yeah, that was a really fast twitch from the rear of his bike. Irfan Ardiansha, he sets the fastest sector 3, and his teammate Andy Farid, fastest sector 1 so far of this session.
Andy Farid was in third. He's dropped down to 6th, so the times are all over the place. We've got more than half this session remaining, so let's watch as Roy and Helmi cross the line this time around. And what have we got? Azroy has moved up into 4th.
Oh,
And another twitch there. You can see how challenging these conditions are. That was Andy Faridis Diha, Andy Gilang, as his legion of fans know him in Indonesia.
yeah, everyone's just getting a bit of a reminder that, hey, the track is wet. They just get on the gas here. You can see Irfan, sorry, Andy.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah,
Oh, and it's a violent twitch
Yeah.
too, from both him and Quito just now.
yeah. I could feel that between my L2 and L3.
But even with the twitch, Andy Farid's still on an improving lap. So it's good. He's good through Sector 2 and Sector 3, so he should be able to pop up into the top 5. Speaking of top 5, Ibrahim Noureddin, he's made it up into 5th.
Yeah, good from him. And Krichaporn, who went well in these weird conditions this morning. He is what did I see here? He's on the fastest lap. Yeah, he's up into 5th.
Oh, and Andy Farid up into 2nd, so it's a 1 and 2 for the Astra Honda racing team currently.
Yeah, and he's inside 4/10 as well, which is nothing on a lap this long or in conditions like this.
Yeah, once again, it's a show of Honda dominance in Sepang. Of the top 6, 5 of them are Hondas.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what a turnaround that is, because before this new Honda was launched, the only bike to have was a Yamaha in this class.
The Hondas were nowhere in comparison to the Yamahas a couple of years back, and they've really made really good improvements, and it's showing now. They are leading most of the 600 categories that we have across the region.
Yeah, people are talking about the speed of the Hondas now in the Superbike class as well.
Oh yeah, that's another great bike that they've developed under the hands of the likes of Zakwan Zaidi, Haruki Noguchi.
Absolutely. And there is the Honda Thailand pit. Macarena Tirapuvapat. Not even bothering to flip up his visor.
Yeah, if it was a sunny day out, his visor would definitely be up.
Yeah.
Here's Azra Hakim Anwar on the Bunsu Honda racing team bike. He's down into 6th now. 6th with the 228.438. So he's improved, but so has the rest of the riders in the top 10.
Yeah, and Azroy, his championship position belies his ability and his quality, because he fell foul of the plague in round 1 and wasn't able to go to Buriram and start. But he's got some decent finishes. He's scored 2 podiums since he's come back. We're looking at Bratapong. First time in this session we've seen him. He could do something decent in the wet as well. Currently in 8th with a best time of 228.9.
And he's on a good lap as well in this one. Oh, but he's gone into the pits. And that's unfortunate, because he was the fastest through Sector 2, good through Sector 3. That could have been a really good lap for him. That is unfortunate. But yeah, speaking of Azra, I'm just looking at the championship standings. You have to wonder if what happened to him didn't happen in round 1, and he scored some points, he would have been much closer up into the perhaps top 3.
Yeah, because he's consistent as well. I mean, he's always there near the front, and he usually finishes. Kita Abe crosses with 227. He's currently 3rd, and we're back with Krichapur and Kauson T in the Honda pit, Thai Honda pit, that is. You can see the energy drink sponsorship, how prevalent that is on the helmets of all the Thai riders.
Now here's Ibrahim Noureddin, who was 7th, and now he goes up into 5th position once again at 228.006.
And here comes Azroy to complete another lap. Is this a quick one for him? Ish.
Oh yeah, it's a good lap for him. He goes up into 4th place at 2:27.713, just in front of his teammate Helmi Osman.
Yeah, good work by both of these. Their teammate, Karol Idampawi, languishing, we have to say. And here comes Helmi across the line, but that's not a quick one for him. Paui, 2:36, his best time, so it's not all clicking for him yet. We just saw go through there that number 23, yeah, Ramdan Rosley. Not sure if Ramdan is permanent or stand-in rider for 1XOX at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like he's most likely staying until the end. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, I'm not too certain. We'll have to cross-check that.
Yeah, we're looking now at the provisional poleman, Irfan Ardiancia, sitting there in the Astra Honda pit. As you observed earlier, Daniel, you never see any signs of panic. Everybody looks chilled out. Nothing's out of place. It's a really tight organisation. And here's Kito Abe for 1XOX TKKR. Nice signing for them, and great to have another Japanese rider in this class.
Yeah, and he's doing a fantastic job so far in this session in the wet. A provisional front row start for Kito Abe. He seemed to struggle a bit in the drier conditions. Struggle is of course relative. He just wasn't able to get into the top 10 spots, but in the wet he's doing a fantastic job. Here comes Irfan now.
Yeah, he's back off to work for Irfan, leading his illustrious teammate Andy Gilang.
Ibrahim Nordin, he's just come across the line with a 2:27.4, so that puts him into 4th position, up ahead of Azroy and Helmi Osman.
Yeah, clear track behind him for Irfan as he pulls out of pit lane. So he'll be able to just feel his way out through the first few corners in these weird conditions. And here we've got Ferozi Torakatula. First time we've seen him in this session. He's currently lying in 8th place, having done a 2:28. So he's about 1.5 seconds. Or have I miscalculated that? Anyway, he's done a 2:28.
Yeah, but Ferozi, he's on a good lap. There should be an improving lap from him. He comes across the line now.
Foot slipped off the pegs there as he was coming through, but
yeah,
I think he's...
Yeah,
that was a pretty decent lap.
Yeah, it's up into 5th for him, so it's provisional 2nd row. But Andy Farid, he's on a really good lap. Fastest sector 1 and 2 from him, and improved sector 3 as well. So here he comes down the back straight. He's looking at a provisional pole lap. And look at the spray coming from the tires of Andy Farid's bike.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell how hard it's raining, although this shot is one where you can usually see it. Doesn't look too bad at the moment.
It looks like it's slowed down a little bit. But here comes
Andy
Andy
Farid.
Farid.
Like a quick one.
Oh, here's a quick one. 2:25.079.
1.5 seconds faster. Well, we know what a class rider this is. And wow, that was it. That's a hell of a jump.
That's a monster lap from him in these conditions. 2:25.079. 1.5 seconds nearly faster than Irfan Ardiansha.
Yeah. And so we got the first Astra Honda 1 and 2 in order, as you would expect from the seniority of the riders. As we look again at Azroy, what can he do from currently P6? He's 2.5 seconds adrift. Suddenly, Andy Farid Izdihar has made the task look much harder.
Yeah, it's really put the benchmark a bit further than where it was a lap before. So for now, Azroy, he's on an improving lap, so is Helmi Osman. But they will need to find about 2 seconds to be anywhere near Andy Farid's time.
It's a massive ask. As Azroy puts in another decent lap. 227.3. In these conditions, that's good.
Yeah, he goes up into fourth, which is a great great spot to be, but even in fourth, he's 2.2 seconds behind Andy Farid. What an amazing time that was from Andy.
Yeah, and here he is. We're taking another look now at Ratapong Willrot, the 2018 Supersport 600 champion. That was the last year in which 600s were the premier class in Asia Road Racing. He hasn't reached his own expectations this season. He has struggled a bit throughout. There have been some injuries, been some bike problems, been 1 or 2 crashes, so we know he's capable of more. He's a very highly rated rider in his home country. His illustrious brother, Ratapong, will tell anybody who wants to listen that Ratapong is faster than him. Anyway, he is currently in 9th on a 228.9, so that is almost 4 seconds off the provisional pole time of Andy Gielang. Let's see if he can better it this time. I think he will, but by how much?
Oh,
that's pretty decent.
What a good improvement.
Yeah, he's up into 5th.
Whoa.
And down into 6th.
Nakarin out of nowhere, 224.
Well, there's a big surprise. We did mention, I'm glad we did now, that he was good in the wet.
Yeah, you could see his class going into turn 1, and now he's showing class coming out of nowhere into provisional pole with 5 minutes remaining.
Nice work from him. So now there's 0.6 between Nakarin, currently on provisional pole from the Astra Honda of Andy Gielang, and 2 seconds adrift now on the outside of the front row is Irfan Ardiancia, who led most of this session. There's a wild card there on the screen.
There's Chang Chi Ying. I saw Rajini Krishnan as well passing around. Rajini, he's gone into the Super Sport 600 category due to issues with his bike in the 1000cc category. So Rajini making a surprise appearance in the 600 class, but here is Nakarin with that 224.441.
Yeah, just take a look at who's chasing him there. He looks good, doesn't he, in these conditions?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think the pair of them might get into a potential really good lap. Now Nakarin, he's pulled the gap a bit. I think the Honda's just working a bit better in these damper conditions. So here comes Nakarin. He comes around 10:15. Let's watch that time. Let's see if he can drop it by a couple of tenths or not.
That's pushing it, but here he comes again.
Ooh, oh, it is by about half a second. Whoa.
Oh, there he
look
goes.
At that.
Hey, well, this next lap won't be a flyer, but but you can see the delight there in the Honda Racing Thailand team. He's a hugely popular rider, Nakarin.
And what a lap that was. A 223.
Yeah, that was a masterclass of a lap of control, how to ride in the wet. Going into turn 1, it all went a bit pear-shaped, but I think he was just showing off at that. I think that was a bit of exuberance then. Let's have another slide into turn 1, but with less than 3 minutes remaining in this qualifying session, he's got himself a 1.2 second advantage over Andy Farid Izdihar. Chip, as his nickname is having a look at the back of his bike, but yeah, I don't think there was anything wrong with the bike there. I think he was just playing around and pushed it too far.
It really got out of shape there for him, but what a ride this has been so far from Nakarin. Ratapong, he goes up into in third, and Krichapong, he goes up into 4th.
Yeah, I think that was, the spray was really hard, but I think that was Ratapong tracking Nakarin on that lap.
Irfan, however, he goes back up into 3rd at 226.106, but that's still 2.2 seconds behind Nakarin's 223.868.
Yeah, and Helmi Asman, the championship leader, currently in 10th place. 10th. You don't want to start from 10th in this class when everything is so tight. What has Helmi got now? He's got a 2:27. It's 3.4 seconds down, but it does lift him up to 8th.
And so Helmi will have this one more lap to try and get himself into a better starting position. Kito Abe, he goes up into 5th at 2:26.379. So great job from Kito Abe.
Yeah, decent job from Krichapon Kausonti, Nakarin's teammate, into 6th. We haven't seen as much of him as perhaps we would have liked to so far this season. But let's just stay with the championship leader for a moment and see what he can do. Chip Nakarin, he's done his afternoon's work. Let's see how slow he was this time around. Yeah, that was a 2:44.
Yeah.
Not surprised, but the way he was greeted then by his team, and he does back it into turn 1 again.
Yeah, a bit of shake of the head there. He's unhappy with that entry. So looks like that is all that Nakarin's going to do for this qualifying session. Andy Farad, he does improve. He doesn't improve. He had the fastest 4th sector, but was unable to stitch it all together into a better lap. But Krichapon, he's got the fastest 2nd and 3rd sectors of this qualifying session. Look out for Krichapon. He's coming up now. Yeah,
that's Galang Hendra, who we haven't spoken about much in this session, but he's down in 11th. 5 seconds adrift of Nakarin's time.
He's not looking anywhere near what we saw from the practice sessions. And there goes Krichapon. He goes 3rd fastest now.
2 Thai Hondas on the provisional front row. And probably nobody out there that's going to do anything about that right now.
But Andy Farid, he's on a good lap. Fastest sector 1 so far. Irfan Adiansha, he's just completed his session. And that's Azroy. He's just come across in 5th. He comes up into 5th position. So not a bad position for Azroy.
Nice work by Azroy, yeah.
And Idam Paui, and we forgot to mention him, but he's all the way down in 15th. He's just not been able to find pace at all this weekend.
Yeah, Helmi and Azroy have been up there, but nobody's going to shake up the first 3 anyway, unless Andy Farid can find, but I don't think he is. I don't think he's going to find 1.2 seconds on this lap.
Yeah, it's a tall ask.
Celebratory slowing down lap for Chip Nakarin there, I think. It's going to be a big grin. His English is okay, by the way.
Yeah. I'm just wondering what's happening with the likes of certain riders like Galang Hendra, Idam Paui. They're just not where we expected them to be at all. Here comes Andy Farid. It's a good Sector 2 and Sector 3 from him, so he's definitely going to improve on this lap, but whether it's enough to get into Chip Nakarin territory, we're about to see.
Oh, it is! Oh.
A 2:23.770 from Andy Farid.
So premature celebrations in the Thai Honda pit as Andy Farid pulls out almost just under a 1/10 of a second to grab himself pole position for the race tomorrow. What a qualifying session this has been. Don't you love the rain?
I've always said this. I love wet weather riding because it just brings the biggest surprises, and that was quite a surprise.
That was phenomenal. So Chip will be back in for his surprise information when he gets back in. As Daniel will make his way down to talk to Andy Farid Izdihar when he comes in. What a sensational last lap from him. He did the fastest Sector 1 and justifiable celebrations there. What a qualifying session that was. But quick Sector 1 for Andy Farid, then he Sector 2, Sector 3, decent, but then he nailed it in Sector or his sector 4 time was phenomenal. Let's look at the results. Andy Farid Izdihar on pole position, 2:23.77. Just behind him, Nakarin Atirapuva Pat, and just behind him, Krichapong Kausonti. Great session for the two Thai riders there. Ratapong Willarot leading the front row for Thailand 2, for Yamaha 5th, Azroy Hakim Anwar 6th. Irfan Ardiancia led much of the session. Kito Abe, welcome newcomer to this class, in 7th and 8th. Championship leader, Helmi Asman. 9th place, Ferozi Torakatullah for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Ibrahim Noruddin for SIC Racing in 10th. 11th, Galang Hendra Pratama 12th. Ramdan Rosli for 1XOX TKKR. And the privateer Kondanai Kurt Kiao from Thailand, number 100 in 13th. Behind him, Soto Furiyama. Kyril Idampawi surprisingly down in 15th place. And no showing from the wildcard, Jiang Qingying. Rajini Krishnan, 2:43 for him, and 17th. He might not make the cut, although that was a wet session. We're going to go down. Let's take a look at this session, and what a session it was. It's definitely worth another look. There was Irfan, who led much of the session. There was Nakarin Atirapuva Pat. Azroy had a good session throughout. Helmi Asman, decent session for the conditions, but Irfan was the class of the first half of this session. It's Kito Abe getting out of shape then, giving his spine a shake as he came out of the back, but he was good, consistent, put the laps in. Very good pace from him in wet conditions. And there's another spine twitcher there from Andy Farid Izdihar. But he still had something left up his sleeve. As you can see, the conditions got worse. There's Krichapong Kausonti. Great session from both the Thai Honda riders. Irfan Ardiancia. Both Indonesian Honda riders and both Thai Honda riders performing exceptionally well in those conditions. Irfan would eventually slip down the order, but still end up on the second row. Andy Farid, class all the way through. And there is Chip Nakarin, who astounded us with a stunning lap. Late in the session to go, as we will see in just a moment, 1.2 seconds clear at the front. This was his stunning lap that he put in here. Yeah, he put in a 2:23, much to the delight of the team, and they thought they had sewn up pole position. But on the very last knockings, here comes Andy Farid Izdihar to cross the line. Less than a tenth ahead of Nakarin Atirapuva Pat to take pole position. Andy Farid Izdihar will be talking shortly to Daniel in Parc Fermé. We'll be going down to Daniel right now.
So we're down here at Parc Fermé with our poleman for this weekend for the Supersport 600, Andy Farid. So Andy, what a fantastic lap that was on the last lap itself. Can you tell us a bit about how the conditions were out there and how this session was for you?
Yes, I'm happy about this pole position, but our target is not only this pole position, but it's to understand the situation of the rain condition in this Sepang track, because this year this is the first time we ride in the rain condition. So I just want to analyze everything in the track, how is the condition, the grip. In the beginning, I feel was quite good, but in the end, I was a little bit struggling. The grip was not really high in the last minutes, but yeah, happy to manage the best lap in the last lap. So I think tomorrow, I don't know, it will be rain or dry, but I'm ready for both of condition.
So, if you don't mind me asking, with the mixed conditions of the weekend so far, what are you targeting for the next two races in this weekend that we have?
The target.
Yeah, the target for this one.
Yeah, of course, we don't know tomorrow condition, but our target is always to win the race. So we work hard this year to get this. Thank you.
And last but not least, do you have a message for your friends and fans and family back at home?
Yeah. Thank you in Indonesia. Halo teman-teman di Indonesia dan semua keluarga saya. Mohon doa dan dukungannya untuk di race 1 besok hari Sabtu dan hari Minggu di race 2. Semoga saya bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Semangat.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Sepang. We're here for round 4 of the Asia Road Racing Championship. We're back at Sepang for the second time, and this is qualifying 1 for ASB 1000 and MSBK 1000. So just to explain what that's all about, this weekend is round 4 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and it's the final round of the Malaysia Superbike Championship. So the two series are running together, and because there's a bigger number of bikes on the grid, the qualifying format is slightly different. In fact, it's following the MotoGP format, which means that the fastest 10 in the 3 free practice sessions automatically go through to qualifying 2. This is qualifying 1, which is for everyone who finished P11 and downwards. And so the riders that you can see here are all wildcards, or if you put it another way, from the MSBK series, except for Gary Salim, who is the only regular ARRC rider in this series. And the fastest 2 from this session will go through to qualifying 2, which will determine the top 12 places on the grid. I hope that's clear. We might recap in a minute. Daniel, did you understand what I just said?
More or less, but yeah, it's
More or less.
so I just got some more information as well in the qualifying format for this one down from the officials. So yeah, as you mentioned, the 2 fastest from this session will be heading into the second qualifying 2, much like it is in MotoGP. So yeah, Gary Salim, he's the only regular, as you mentioned, from the Asia Road Racing Championship who was just unable to make it into the top 10. But I think we can be pretty certain he'll be back into the second qualifying session without a shadow of doubt.
Absolutely right. Gary Salim, of course, in his first year in the Superbike class, the ASB 1000 for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. And the other riders here might be more familiar to you than to me, Daniel. But who else do you think might go through?
Definitely, I think Farid Badrul, because Farid Badrul, he's a very well experienced rider. He's had stints in the British Superbike Championship, if I remember correctly. He's popped up in the Asia Road Racing Championship as well. So Farid Badrul, he's one of the more experienced riders in the rest of the field besides Gary Salim.
I'm sure that we've seen him before in ARRC as well,
Yeah.
as perhaps as a wild card here at Sepang. I've got a feeling he's ridden for Victor Racing, but I couldn't swear to it.
Yeah, he rode for Victor. If I remember correctly, I think it was in 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. Yeah, but without causing any surprises at all, it's Gary Salim who's an early leader here in this short session. It is in fact a 20-minute session. There's 13 minutes left on the clock. So short of an upset, which you can get in these conditions. But Gary Salim is a class rider. It's very difficult to imagine that he won't remain in that position.
Yeah, looking at the timings from practice, and we've seen that Gary Salim, among these riders, he'll definitely be getting a spot right into Q2. He gapped Farid Badrul, who's currently in second, if I remember correctly, by nearly three or 4 seconds in practice. So yeah, but there's no doubt that he's going to make it into the second qualifying, and then it's going to be the challenge for him against the top 10 riders that we have from the practice sessions. Yeah, if I'm looking at the timing, the gap between Gary Salim and Farid Badrul, it was nearly 3.5 seconds, but this time it's in the wet, so let's see what that can bring, whether there's going to be a twist in the tail or not. But looking at the sector times, Farid Badrul doing a decent job, but Gary Salim ultimately faster, except for in the third sector. Farid Badrul seems to be strong there.
This is going to be interesting to see. It's really a battle for one slot
Pretty much,
in
yeah.
qualifying 2, isn't it?
But even then, between Farah Badrul and anyone else near
Yeah.
him, it's still a gap. Between Farah Badrul and Osama in the last, overall in practices, it was nearly 3 seconds between them.
Yeah, and it is Farid who's currently gone top. Almost 2 seconds faster than Gary.
Ooh, and it's just switched up again. Gary Salim goes up faster by 0.2 seconds of Farid.
Yeah. Again, not too surprising. Still relatively early in the session.
Yeah, the gap now between Farah Badrul in second and third is 6 seconds, so I think the gap's just going to remain that way. With perhaps Farah Badrul looking to improve a bit more. He's done a good first sector already.
Good to see a competition for this for these places.
Definitely, at least we have this battle going on now between number 83 and 31, Farah Badrul and Gary Salim. And again, Gary Salim has backed off from this lap. He's done slow through the first sector. And Farah Badrul, he's still very much on it. And it's still a very damp track. It's not really drying up. There's no dry line.
Was it raining when you came back up, Daniel?
It was not. It was the rain has stopped, but as of right now, it's just not sunny or warm enough for there to be really a dry line already. You can see the spray still coming from the rear tire of Farah Badrul.
Yeah, cat and mouse. Gary Salim back on top. And behind them, yeah, pretty long gap to the rest of the field, isn't it? 6 seconds.
Yeah, I think potentially what Gary's just going to do is just go back to the pits, because I think I'm pretty certain there's not going to be much of a challenge coming in for the top 2 spots currently between Gary and Farid. The fastest one below them is Tiwi Jin. They are improving, but not by much, so they will remain within about 6 seconds of the front 2.
Yeah, 6 seconds is a lot to find, but it's good to see Farid Badrul again in this class, and again doing a decent job.
He's riding excellently now in the wet, putting the force against the Honda Asia Dream Racing rider Gary Salim. And it looks like he did improve on that lap as well.
Yeah, he did. He's now only a 1/10 of a second away from Gary.
A really good effort from Farah Badrul. Here's Raja Nazim Iskandar, number 14 on the Yamaha R1. Comes across the line now, and he goes third at 2:35.106, 4.7 seconds behind Farah Badrul in second.
But comfortably ahead of his contemporaries, has to be said.
And here's one of the Mobile Loop Suzuki riders. This is Kuchi Yen. Of course, the big name riding for the Mobile Loop Suzuki racing team this time round is Takuya Suda, who overall in practice was 4th fastest.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing him in qualifying too. It's 2:40 for him.
Farah Badrul's on another very good lap. He's just done the fastest sector 2, a good sector 1 as well.
Yeah, a nice little game of cat and mouse here, and good for these two guys to get a feel for the conditions, although they won't really need to stay out for the entire session.
Yeah, I feel like after Farid completes this lap, he should just head back into pit lane, because I think his position and Gary's position is solidified. And they definitely should save energy for the next session.
I think this is quite an exciting format to bring into this class, because it will just be a 20-minute shootout. Let's use that word again for in qualifying too.
Yeah, definitely. It does bring a bit of a dynamic to this championship.
Yeah, because normally the long session is treated as a bit of a free practice session or race setup session, and then the last 10 minutes the pin gets pulled.
Here's Farah Badrul right now. He stuck his right leg out. And oh, what a shame. He was on the fastest second and third sector.
No. Oh, what a waste.
That could have been such a good lap for him. Because looking at the sector times, He was
Yeah.
nearly 0.4 of a second faster on each sector in sector 2s and 3. So he could have been well below 2 minutes 30.
Well, he's done enough. I mean, the name of this game is just to be first or second. isn't
Yeah,
it?
definitely.
Because then the yeah, we can hear his supporters expressing their frustration in the background here. Obviously, a popular rider around these parts.
Oh yeah, he's pretty well known in in Sepang especially. But yeah, so for now, the first and second place is held by Gary Salim and Farid Badrul, who are both back in the pit boxes. And here's Michael Luke Stone. He's done a 2 minute 39.749. This is Teo Yu Jo, who's done a 2 minute 44.250. It's a bit of an off day for Teo Yu Jo. He's usually a bit higher up in the timings of Sama and co.
Yeah, he was looking pretty cautious coming out of turn 15.
And here's Muhammad Shukri. He's going to turn 15 very cautiously there as well. He'll be starting his first flying lap.
So we can say that the marker for free practice 2, sorry, qualifying 2, when we get there, is going to be 2:30. That'll be the starting point.
I'm not sure if we overheard correctly, but yeah, that is Gary Salim coming out now. Very interesting because there's only 5 minutes left. His position is pretty much secured going into the second qualifying session. But he's come out again. Perhaps they're trying a new setup, I think.
Yeah, I think he's trying a tweak, perhaps, to see to get himself some more advantage in qualifying 2. Very cautious first couple of turns there for Gary Salim.
Yeah, tricky conditions we're having here at the Sepang International Circuit. 4.5 minutes remain, and as of right now, no one has come close to the top 2. But it's a good effort from Ranjan Azim Iskandar, 2:35.106. Previously in round 1 and round 2 of the Malaysia Superbike Championship, he struggled a bit to find the pace up in the front, so he's doing a decent job.
Yeah, that is pretty decent. The gap in, you know, the level and the resources of the teams and everything is considerable.
Yeah. So now we follow Gary Salim, currently fastest in the qualifying 1 session. Really, to no surprise. Could have been a second if Farid Badrul had completed his last lap. Oh, and Farid Badrul, he's also coming out now. So maybe a setup change for Farid Badrul for 1 more lap in this qualifying.
Yeah, maybe he's just enjoying himself.
Yeah, he looks comfortable in these conditions.
He did, yeah. Yeah, I thought he looked good.
I think these conditions also mostly because he's spent some time in the British Superbike Championship.
Yeah.
So that might have helped a lot.
Yeah, the rain that we've seen in the last few years has been more British than Malaysian, I have to say. Just steady, relentless rain.
So here he is, Farid Badrul from the Horizon Racing Team, number 83. 3 minutes remain now. Track temperature maintaining at 28 degrees Celsius. In comparison, that's really cool temperatures for a Sepang.
It sure is. For track temperature, yeah.
Yeah. Usually we're seeing anywhere between 50 to 60 degrees Celsius for track temperature.
Yeah, and hoping for 40.
Yeah.
Praying for 40, and now we got 28, so yeah.
Here comes Gary Salim to start his first flying lap since coming out. Oh, he might actually cross with enough time to set 2 flying laps. So now it's going to be interesting. We're going to see whether any of those tweaks have helped him and his team get into a better timing, or whether they'll have to revert back to what they were doing in the previous outing.
Yeah, listening to that won't have helped. Little twitch there from Gary as he went through there. Yeah, he was saying yesterday that getting used to the Superbike after 600s does take quite quite a bit of doing. The power, the weight. He seems comfortable with the electronics that they have on these machines, but it's just the difference in power and weight is phenomenal.
Yeah, previously I would have said that him on the previous generations of CBR 1000s would have been not too bad of a jump because they were a bit more tame, a bit more rider friendly. But from seeing how this CBR 1000 RRR has been performing, the updated version, it has been pretty much a wild horse. I remember seeing Zakwan Zaidi on his first outing on this bike, and it was just popping the front wheel up non-stop on every corner.
Yeah, and often you can see out of turns, snaking as it loses traction, and Zakwan has said, you know, he doesn't feel he's tamed that horse yet. Not totally. I mean, he's fast, but
yeah,
potential he's still got plenty of potential to tame it further.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen it with the World Superbike Championship as well for the Hondas over there. They needed a couple of seasons to get into rhythm, to really understand the bike better. But for now, speaking of Honda, we have someone trying to creep up onto the Honda. It's Mr. Farid Badrul with the fastest first sector time coming through.
Yeah, interesting. So Gary now coming down towards turn 15, the last turn. Let's see if he'll make a difference this time around. It didn't look like such a great lap for him.
Yeah, it didn't look like it at all, and I don't think he's going to improve in this lap. And he's going to take the checker flag as well, so he comes across the line at 2:31.014. So right now, only improvements coming in from Raja Nazim Iskander, Farid Badrul, as well as Michael Lookstone. He's improving there as well in Sector 1.
Yeah.
All eyes on Farid Badrul. Can he beat Gary Salim to first place? Well, it wouldn't really matter in the results-wise, as they'll both be going into Q2. I think there was a twitch there from Farid.
Yeah, as you said, Daniel, it doesn't matter. The idea is to be in the top two, and P3 is 4.6 seconds adrift. So they could have parked up 10 minutes ago and been fine.
Yeah. And by the looks of it, this lap is really unfortunate for Farid, because his first sector was the fastest of the session. Second sector was nearly 0.8 seconds off. The third sector was decent, and yeah, I don't think this is going to be an improving lap for him. That second sector, something must have happened that we did not catch on camera. Comes across at 2:31.2.
Yeah, but what he did show was that he's worthy of his place in qualifying too. And the rest of the riders will complete their laps.
Yeah, it's a really good time from Raja Nazim. He just did a 2:33.7, just 3.4 seconds behind the likes of Mr. Farid Badrul and Gary Salim. So that's a really good time from him in the wet.
It is, yeah. And let's see, here come the results. Gary Salim goes through to Q2 together with Farid Badrul Hisham, 2:30.3 and 2:30.4 respectively. Then was Raja Nazim Iskandar, followed by Osama Mariai, 5th Tiwi Jin, 6th Michael Luke Stone, 7th Kuchi Yen, and 8th Sukri Matsuki. And 9th Xiao Yu Zhou on a 2:44. And we will be going pretty much straight into qualifying 2, which will determine the first 12 positions on the grid. Quick recap here. It was almost a foregone conclusion when Badrul came across with a time that was close to Gary Salim, and they stayed pretty close all the way through.
Yeah, it's only at the end of it, there was only 0.1 seconds, and right before, I think it was about this point where we were looking at Farid Badrul, and he had the fastest second and third sector, and we thought, okay, he might just beat Gary Salim into first position, but this was also the lap that he went back into pits. But you can see Farid, he just looked comfortable in these conditions. Even though these are tricky, damp conditions,
That was a wasted opportunity for a fast lap by Farid. He could have ended up fastest in this session.
And this is Kuchiyan here. He ended up in 7th place. He just couldn't find the pace at all to be within the likes of Rajanati, Wasama and Tiwi Jin. And here's Farid Badrul again coming up for the 2nd time in this session.
Gary Salim never looked like he was really breaking too much of a sweat as expected. He came out the 2nd time around, perhaps to try a new setting. Looks like he's trying a new exhaust, or are my eyes deceiving me? That was it, checkered flag out, and Gary Salim and Farid Badrul Hisham go through to Q2, qualifying 2, which will be starting very soon. So we will have the shortest of breaks and come back for qualifying 2. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit, and welcome back to the perhaps what will be the most exciting session of the day. This is qualifying 2 for the Asia Superbike class. There will be 12 riders in a 20-minute session fighting it out for the first 4 rows on the grid. The riders just making their way out now. You can see one of the fastest riders so far during the last 2 days, Kasma Daniel, number 27, moving out there, and Pasawit Titiwararak for Thai Honda coming out. He was impressive in the poor conditions earlier. Now the track might be drying. I'm here with Daniel Bogas, of course. Daniel, did you just take a look outside?
Yeah, it's still not raining anymore, but I think the track conditions still will be damp. I don't think we can see a dry line forming up anytime soon. You see there's still some drops of water picking up on the fairings of the bike there.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's a wet session. It's a short session, but the track conditions could change if there's no more rain.
So definitely still quite wet.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's wet. Haruki Noguchi, of course, the championship leader. Just to recap a little bit on the story so far, he's looking for his 4th and 5th successive wins in this championship, and it's difficult to understate the impact he's had coming in, having taken the All Japan Stock 600 title last year, coming into Superbikes for the first time. He had raced around Sepang before in the Asia Talent Cup, but it's a very different matter to ride a Superbike around here, of course.
Yeah, to me, Haruki is just a special talent to be in your rookie year and not only make it on the podium, but have a hat-trick of wins in the first season that you're competing in the Superbike Championship. That is something special, and I think Haruki is well on his way to being one of the best from this region.
I absolutely agree with you. The impact he made right from round 1 was phenomenal. It was clear from his body language. He was new. Nobody really knew him too well, but it was clear from the way he carried himself and from what he said in round 1 at Buriram that he was expecting to win, and when he didn't, when he finished 3rd in his first ever race in this class, in this championship, he was gutted.
Yeah.
And that tells you a lot.
I still remember in Sepang in round 2 as well, after race 1, he had such a good performance, and then when I asked him what he thought about it, he just didn't seem happy that he didn't win. And it was only after race 2 in round 2, when he won, that I saw him smiling.
That's it, yeah. So he's a born winner. He expects himself to win. And he's got the talent to do it. I agree with you, Daniel. I do think Haruki Noguchi is a special rider. This is a very good team he's with as well, SDG HRC Pro.
Yeah, and another thing I do love about Haruki is his riding style, which I still feel is very reminiscent of Shinya Nakano. And the way that he hangs off, it's really lovely to see.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think I've asked him yet about his hero, who is his hero, but you can see from the helmet it probably was Shinya Nakano from the cartoon eyes on the front of his helmet. Shinya Nakano has been around this championship as well. He was one of the Asia Dream Cup coaches with who else was it? Taddy Okada. Anyway, Shinya Nakano has been around this championship for a couple of years. Back in those days, just a few years ago, there's Yuki Ito. Switching our attention to another Japanese rider, and he's put himself at the top in this early stage. It is early stage, but there's only 15 minutes left. This is a real shootout in every sense of the word.
I must say, Yuki Ito's time of 2:20. Now, we just concluded the first qualifying session. The fastest time then was a 2:30, but definitely the track conditions will have been improving, having that the rain has stopped. but a 10-second difference already. It's quite impressive from Yuki Ito on his first flying lap.
Yeah, and there is Gary Salim, who led that qualifying one session. We were a little surprised to see him there. Kazma Daniel has been at the top of the timesheets most of the time so far. Let's see what he does now. Not there yet.
Yeah, Kazma's fastest lap time came in practice 2 with the 2 minute 6.801, but that was in the dry, of course. He's definitely looking rapid this weekend.
Yeah, 2:05 was just looking at pole time in round 2, which was Kazma's, of course. Haruki Noguchi, what are his times looking like here? Respectable. Doesn't look like he's going to break any records this time around. But yeah, as you say, Daniel, it's good to watch the style, the way he gets off the bike. Almost like he's trying to put his chin on the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, the way he hangs up, he's one of those riders that seems to prefer to lean his shoulder in rather than his elbow out, and
yeah,
it's a unique style of riding. It looks almost very much the old school style of riding, perhaps in comparison to the current generation that's followed from Marquez, for example, with the elbows out. He's a Takuya Suda as well. He's in front there. Haruki, he's going to improve on this lap, but he's not going to come. He's not going to be beating Yuki Ito's lap time of the 2 minute 20.
So let's take a look. Where will he stop the clock? No.
Yeah, Haruki was up into second at 2:21.6. Takuya Suda went up into third, well, second momentarily, then bested by Haruki. 2 minute 22.222 from Takuya Suda. Yuki Ito, he's gone straight back into the pit. So I think some minor adjustments to be made.
Yeah, and our first sight in this short session of the two Yamaha Thailand riders. There is Anupab Samun, number 500, coming through to complete a lap. He's good in the wet. He's not coming anywhere near Yuki Ito yet. Yuki Ito having a well-deserved break, even though this is a very short session. But he's 1.1 seconds quicker than his compatriot. Another impressive rider here. This is, the more you think about this, the better this field's getting, isn't it? This is Pasawit to Hiwararak. He's not going to break into the top handful here, but that's a pretty decent marker, 2:24. He's getting quicker as he goes through the season now. Haruki Noguchi, he's got the another Japanese rider behind him. Something of a veteran, I think, Takuya Suda.
Oh yeah, definitely a very well experienced rider, having also experienced the luxury of being the Suzuki MotoGP test rider.
Yes, indeed, and for me, being a little bit harking back to the old days, I like to see Suzuki on track, because we're going to miss them next season.
Definitely, it's a sad news knowing that Suzuki won't be in the racing world anymore coming next year. So it is nice to see the Suzuki out on track with us here for the third round of the Asia Road Racing Championship. The fourth round, apologies. Here's right now it's a Japanese lockout in the top 3: Yuki Ito, Haruki Noguchi, and Takuya Suda.
Not necessarily you'd expect at Malaysia.
Yeah, you would really expect, especially the likes of Kazma Daniel and Zakwan Zaidi, to be well up there.
Yeah, still not threatening Yuki's time.
Yeah, Yuki, though, he's just he's looking pretty calm there in the pit.
Yeah. His rider very much lives on his emotions when he's really on it. He's quite something. Let's look here at cruising group of riders. They're led by Zakwan Zaidi, who had his championship lead grabbed off him by Haruki Noguchi in round 3 at Sugo. Here comes Adam Noureddin. Where is he now? He's back in 11th.
And third sectors, so he might be able to jump up a position ahead of Casper Daniel. Comes across now, and he does not. He does improve, but it's just a 22.
Just a couple of tenths, yeah.
24 apologies, yeah.
So Zakwan hasn't done too much yet. He's got just under 9 minutes remaining.
You can see the explanation there from Zakwan to the Showa engineer.
Yeah, it probably works in any language. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy.
Yeah, we could figure that out from here.
And we haven't seen much from Apiwat either. He's lying in 6th, 4 seconds off Yuki Ito's time. Apiwat, I would normally put money down as a front row qualifier. Here comes Aslan. First sight of him in this short session too.
Yeah, it's been a pretty slow season for the BMW riders. I still remember back in the years of 2019 when the BMW was just the bike to be on, and this time around we're coming into the 2022 season. We're more than halfway through, and the BMW is just not where we expected it to be. We know that the new S1000 has been more powerful, it's lighter, but for some reason it seems that the likes of Azan Shah and Adam Noureddin, both fantastic riders we must say, previously champions, but unable to really contest in the top times.
Yeah, I think for this category as well, I think I'm right in saying that Marcus Reiterberger, who's on the BMW in 2019 as Aslan's teammate, is the lap record holder.
Yeah, 2:04 I believe it was in qualifying.
But his race lap time I think was 2:06. That's a pretty good race pace.
It's unbelievable actually to be in the 2:06s.
Right, good to see what's going on here. Again, some universal language being used by Haruki Noguchi there.
We do not need a translation for that. But yeah, so I think they're gonna. Well, they only have 7 minutes, so there's not much that can be done in the time remaining.
No, absolutely not. He's keeping one leg on the bike. This is a very calm team in the pit here.
Yeah, they never look like they're in a hurry. They always look calm, and when it matters, they really bring the results.
Yeah, I mean, young guy that he is, it always looks like he's arrived with, you know, the whole gaggle of uncles along with him to, you know, make sure everything's okay, nothing to worry about.
For now, on track just now, Azan Shah and Adam Noureddin, they did improve. Azan Shah went up into 7th at 2:24, so not too bad at all. Adam Noureddin went up into 10th. So Gary Salim and Farid Badr pretty much where they were in qualifying 1 as well. First is
yeah,
11th and 12th.
11th and 12th, yeah, this time. Yeah, there's 2 Yamahas coming out on track now. The first one was Apiwat Wongtananon. The second one is Casma Daniel. They have less than 6 minutes remaining. And it's, normally we see the Thai Yamaha riders coming out together, but Anupab Sarmoon is still in the pits. Yuki Ito hasn't been threatened since he banked that lap early in this session.
Yeah, it looks like he's still contemplating whether to put on his headgear and get out on track. Because for now, he's still ahead by 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, shake of the head there from Anupab. Should be a problem for him. He's down in 9th on a 2:25. We know he can ride in the wet. Working down on the tyre pressures. In these conditions where it's drying, perhaps they're just going to soften the tyre pressures a little bit on these wets. But he didn't look confident, did he?
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy at all. He's not in a bad position. He's currently provisionally 2nd row. And that's Yuki Ito. He's getting ready to go out now.
It's probably a good idea because there are some riders out there, including Haruki Noguchi, including Casma Daniel, who could upset the order with less than 5 minutes remaining.
Azan Shah just came across there at 2:23.849, so he's starting to get some rhythm, starting to close the gap down between himself and the top 3.
Yeah. Yuki Ito punches his fist into the palm of his hand. He looks determined as he gets on here. He would love to keep this pole position. And let's take a look now at Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan currently down in 8th, 4.5 seconds off Yuki Ito's provisional pole position time. We know Zakwan can do more than that, and he's one of the riders that could cause an upset. And of course, another reason for Yuki Ito to go out with just a few minutes remaining, and therefore just a couple of flying laps. Zakwan is on it now. The track does look a lot drier around that section. It's got Gary Salim behind him, but I don't think Gary has got his pace. Yeah, let's stay with Zakwan Zaidi.
Zakwan in the first sector, decent but not threatening. So he will get one more flying lap after this current one. Behind them there's Gary Salim, and I think there's Pasawit behind Gary.
Yeah, and I think Apiwat is on an out lap. He could spring a surprise as well, currently down in 7th.
And Apiwat is on a hot lap. He's just done a really good first sector timing, so definitely keep your eyes out for number 24. Here we're looking at Haruki Noguchi. He's just come across the start-finish line and into turn 1 now to start his flying lap. Here's now Zakwan coming up at turn 10 into turn 11. Zakwan would love to find his way onto the front row of the grid. Right now he's looking at row 3 in P8. And second sector is not a good one from him either, so it's not going to be this lap, it's got to be the next lap for Zakwan.
Yeah, you can see him working hard, but the pace isn't quite where you'd expect it to be from the multiple champion.
Yeah, because you can see him explaining to the mechanics just now about the suspension perhaps unsettled, but with such a short session, there's probably not enough time to really make that much of a major adjustment, and you can see he's just struggling now to get the pace. So Azan Shah, he's just come up into 4th now at 2:23.4.
And then Shah moving towards the front of the grid. Wouldn't we love to see that?
Zakwan Zaidi did improve his time, but he remains 8th. Pasawit, he goes up into 5th now. Pushes Kasma Daniel, of all people, down into 6th.
Nice work, and he's just gone ahead of Gary Salim, who is in 9th now.
Yeah, Gary Salim as well, he improved on that lap. Kasma Daniel, he's on an improving lap as well. Haruki Noguchi, he's not setting anything fast throughout the first and second sector, and I don't think he's gonna have enough time to cross the start-finish line before the checker flag comes out. Kasma Daniel, he goes up into 2nd. Apiwat goes up into 3rd.
Yeah, well, those were two of the riders we thought could spring a surprise, but the one on screen at the moment is another one.
All of a sudden, Yuki Ito's time is not looking too special.
Yeah, he's got 0.24 of a second, and Haruki Noguchi, what are his times looking like so far? Not that special.
Oh, he will get another lap though. He will manage to make it across the start finish before the checker flag comes out. But look at Kasma.
Yeah, he looks determined. He really tucked himself in tight. This is going to be a flyer from Haruki Noguchi, but Yuki Ito still sits at the top as the last laps have been begun by all the major contenders.
Oh, but Kasma and Apiwat, they're on really good laps, both improving their first sectors, and Kasma actually making the fastest first sector time so far. Here he comes down to turn 7 and 8.
I told our friends out there to, if they were going to put some money down, put it on Apiwat to be on the front row, because he's so good at this.
Let's look at this now. Apiwat, he's improved, but Kasma the fastest again through sector 2. Checker flag is out. It all comes down to these final few turns for Kasma and Apiwat. Haruki, his first sector is a bit disappointing, so he really has to make up for it in sector 2 and 3.
Yeah, Haruki hasn't quite got the setup he wants, I think. And Kasma Daniel is flying.
Yeah, I don't think there was any way that in the time that Haruki was in the pit. It was just in there for about 2 or 3 minutes. I don't think they managed to change the setup drastically. But Kasma, another good sector 3 from him.
Yeah, it's all good. And Api Wat behind him dropped off a little bit. But now we're going to see if the order is going to be upset. Yuki Ito is still on provisional pole as these two rapid Yamahas come to complete their final lap of this session. Kazma Daniel stops the clock at 2:19 and takes pole position.
Oh, and Apiwat, he was so close, but a 2:21.187 for Apiwat, but what a lap from Kazma Daniel. A 2:19.690, right on the last lap in qualifying too.
And Api Wat in P3, 1.4 seconds down on Kazma's time, but he looks as though he's going to stay in third, because I don't think Haruki's got enough in hand.
Oh, there we go, yeah. He's gone straight into pit lane.
Yeah.
Takuya Suda, he was on a decent lap, but he's just done another 2:22.2.
Great work, late work by these two Yamahas. So what a sensational end to that session by Kazma Daniel. Kazmayuddin snatching pole position from his teammate Yuki Ito by almost 0.8 of a second. Celebrations in the Gen Blue Yamaha racing team ASEAN garage there. P1 and P2. And mutual congratulations, I think, between Kazma Daniel and Apiwat Wongtananon, who bags himself another front row start. Remember where you heard it. He's always a good bet for the front row, Apiwat. Haruki Noguchi will lead the second row. That's his lowest starting position this season. Remember, keep in mind that these have been mixed and drying conditions. Let's confirm those results. Pole position for Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin with a 2:19.69. Yuki Ito, his teammate, second, 2:20.4. Third, Apiwat Wongtananon. Fourth, Haruki Noguchi for STG Motorsports Hart Pro. Fifth, Takuya Suda on the Suzuki. Sixth, Pasuit Titiwararak, great session from him, did a 2:23. Seventh, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman. Eighth, Zakwan Zaidi, two champions back in 7th and 8th. 9th, Gary Salim will start from 9th. 10th, Anupab Samoon, disappointing session from him, had some problems, not a good session for Adam Noradin, he's 11th. And Farid Badrul Hisham, the wild card, in 12th position. The other positions will have been determined in the previous session. And we will just take another look at a fascinating session. And there you see Aslan Shah, Apiwat Wongtananon and Anupab Samoon coming out together, sporting the pink helmet there. Poleman, ultimately the poleman, Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin. Adam Noradin, we followed him for a while. He was working hard, but it didn't come together for him in these mixed conditions. Of course, we were looking at times in the early 2:20s. Normally, they're about 15 seconds faster at the front of the field. Haruki Noguchi, we were expecting him to pull the pin and cause a sensation. Yuki Ito led nearly all of this session, this 20-minute qualifying 2 session. Didn't do that many laps, didn't really need to, but terrific performance from the Japanese, dare I say it, veteran of this series. At this point, Haruki Noguchi was second, but Kazma Daniel, number 27, had other ideas. He pushed himself up the order. Haruki Noguchi worked hard, he made a pit stop halfway through. Not entirely happy, but he banked a time of 2. That wasn't his best time. This was about mid-session here, as we looked at the lone Suzuki here of Takuya Suda, MotoGP test rider for Suzuki, no less. Coming in as a wild card. And Kazma Daniel with a few seconds remaining came through. We thought Yuki Ito had it in the bag, but Kazma had other ideas. Tracked by Apiwatwong Tananon into the last turn on the final lap of this qualifying session. And he did it, he crossed the line to take pole position from his teammate Yuki Ito. What a session, what a result for Honda Racing ASEAN. We are going to go down to the pits now, to Park Ferme, where Daniel will be having a word with Kazma.
So we're down here at Park Ferme with the pole man for the race this weekend for the ASB1000, Kazma Daniel. So Kazma, what a fantastic last lap that was from you. Could you tell us a bit about how that session was and how the conditions were out there?
Firstly, I want to say Alhamdulillah and thank you to the guys, blue team, because they make our bike. My bike was like, you know, from the FP1 yesterday. Also, my feeling with the bike, I feel so too much confident. And for the qualifying, we have a wet qualifying, and also they give me some, big more confident for on the bike. So I just ride with my own style, and yeah, and also I believe them, and I believe on the bike, and yes, finally I get pole again, like before in here, and this is our home race, so we have some more energy here, and yeah, firstly, syukur alhamdulillah.
So being a home race, do you have any message you want to send out to your fans, friends, and family?
Yeah, for the guys outside in Malaysia and kawan-kawan datang Malaysia, support rider rocker Malaysia and doakan kejayaan rider Malaysia semua. Saya nak cakap Melayu sebab banyak orang Malaysia yang cakap Melayu. So datang support Sepang and tengok rider kita orang, rider Malaysia ni, and orang cakap tu berikan support yang moral lah. Kita orang memerlukan support korang lah.
Alright, thank you so much, Kazma. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back to round 4 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is day 2 of round 4. It's day 2 because we are got a boosted program this time around, with running together with the final round of the Malaysia Superbike Championship. And as the schedule is running, this is the second free practice session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So there they were out this morning in mixed conditions, and now they are out in the late afternoon in mixed conditions once again. The track is drying now. There is no rain. We had several hours of rain, steady teeming rain, but that stopped. But there is still some water on the track. We'll be watching to see if there's spray being kicked up from the... somebody went down then. Somebody down in the background on the right side of the screen.
That's a turn 3 too. That's a really fast corner. And not to be the bearer of bad news, however, Barry, but there were, when I was down there at Park Ferme, there were droplets of rain coming down.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so again, a twist to the tail.
And again, my optimism is totally unfounded. It's too late to learn for me. So on screen there we have Arshad Rusti, who went well in the mixed conditions this morning. In this championship, had a nasty crash right at the end, scraped along on his helmet. It wasn't a heavy hit to his head, but he did come off quite hard at turn 15. You can see the bike still twitching around there, so the track is most definitely still wet. I think that's Arshad leading them around, and number 2 Agung Septian. Yes, Arshad, followed by Agung Septian, I believe, a rider to watch in this session. This is the 3rd round for this championship. It is ARRC round 4. The TVS One Make Championship began at Sepang at round 2. So this is the 3rd time we've seen these bikes, and of course the 2nd time here at Sepang. The bike leading through there, the number 6, is Japanese rider, one of 3 in the class, Miyu Nakahara. Miyu Nakahara, it's always good to see her. She has also raced in underbones and in AP250s over the last few years in ARRC.
Yeah, Miyu has a decent chunk of experience in that upper level of racing, and it's good to see her here as representing Japan with Hayato Kobayashi, and coming across there, Deki Tiano. A really good time coming in from him at 2:39.808.
Yeah, Deki Tiano Aldi has been the consistent competitor here. I mean, the hair in this championship, the electric hair, is Warapong Malahuan, who's the project leader and championship leader, but Deki Tiano, the apprentice, has been chasing the master very hard and really made him work hard.
I do believe the one that's fallen in turn 3 just now was Faris Felix Fleming, because he's not come across to complete his lap. So that's unfortunate for the Australian rider.
That would be really unfortunate, because he is recovering from an injury, and that was a pretty fast crash, as you said.
Yeah, down at turn 3, that's full gas all the way down. And I wouldn't know what the speeds would be like for the TVS bikes, but generally for the 250s, they're more or less about 150, 160 down there.
Yeah, there's not much between the speed of these. Well, a fast TVS would probably get onto the 3rd or 4th row of an AP250 grid.
Definitely, yeah. For now, good lap times coming in from James Frederick Jacobs as well as Deki Tiano. Ooh, Deki Tiano getting a bit out of shape there into turn 9.
I mentioned the championship leader and project leader, Vorapong Malahuan. He's number 7, currently lying 4th, which was somewhere about where he finished the morning practice, but not much to go on really, because the conditions were just a little weird, and they're a little weird once again. The It's definitely a wet session. You can see the spray coming off the tyres. The rain isn't too heavy, but this has been a pretty damp day altogether.
Yeah, I must say the way James Frederick is riding, it's really quite spectacular. He's riding almost as if it's dry. He's leaning in comfortably, and he's looking pretty good on this lap. It's another good sector time coming in from him in sector 3, so he should be bumped up a few places.
Yeah, he's one of the leading lights in the ASBK Australian Superbike Championship Supersport 300 series. Last time I looked, which was probably a couple of rounds ago, I think he was placed 3rd, and that's a super competitive class in Australia. And that is, yeah, he jumps up into 2nd, Freddie Jacobs, and then drops down into 3rd. As Watcher in, the Thai rider, comes in just ahead of him. They are just within a few thousandths of each other, behind Dekiciano Aldi. Dekiciano, as we were saying, has been impressive this year.
Yeah, he's been consistent, and he's been looking like he's one of the more comfortable riders in this category. Arshad Rushdi as well, continuing on his good job. He's up into 4th.
Yeah, Arshad, we haven't seen too much of him. A couple of decent finishes in Sugo, but he's looking more comfortable on the bike now. Watcherin, we know from the Asia Talent Cup, is a pretty decent rider. He was quick in that series.
Yeah, Watcherin doing a good job. You could see as well the way he was breaking into turn 1. An aggressive rider and likes to take the tail out in these conditions. He's doing a great job so far in 2nd.
And Warapong down in 5th. Although he's the coach and the project leader and all of that, his competitive instinct remains undimmed. So he'll be trying to get back up, even though this is only a free practice session in mixed conditions that probably won't teach them too much. Though it is good to get some wet track time on these Apache 310 RRs.
Definitely, it's a good opportunity for them to get used to these, to get used to the bike in these conditions, especially in Sepang. It's the first time we're getting proper wet riding in the Sepang International Circuit for a while. And definitely looking into the weekend, it's never predictable, but looking how the weather pattern has been, there is a good chance we will see wet weather for the races either on Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, I think it was Miu Nakahara leading those through. She's sitting pretty well in 6th.
Now there's Watcherin again.
Yeah, Watcherin just behind that group. Perhaps trying to give himself some space. Let's see what he does here. These are nice looking bikes, these TVS Apache RRs. I do recommend, if you're planning on coming to Sepang this weekend, come and take a look. You will be able to get pretty close. There's a pit walk on Sunday.
Yep.
The ARRC pit walks are the best, I promise you. They are really good fun. The riders love them. Lots of stuff to give away. Plenty of time to... and a rider down there, who is that? Is that Freddie
James
Jacobs?
Frederick, yeah.
Yeah, that's Freddie. His tall frame gave him away there. So that's 2 Australians down. I'm a little concerned for Varys, bearing in mind the nasty injury that he had to his leg last time he was here.
Definitely, we send our best wishes to him, and hopefully he managed to walk away from that crash unscathed.
Definitely. And Warapong has put himself at the top of the timesheets for now, with 8 minutes remaining. And that's Agung there, who also looks good. The class in this field is starting to come through, and you can look at certainly the first 5 on the sheets at the moment, from Watcherin, Freddie, Agung Deki and Warapong. They're really good riders there, all of them.
Yeah, they're barely gapped by much, by by much at all. And yeah, they're showing their class, they're showing their talent. Here's Agung Septian riding really confidently.
Yeah, getting used to these machines. As mid-sized bikes go, these are really nice. They've got carbon fiber tail unit, and the engine really tuned up. Got an ECU to manage that compression, which is pretty considerable.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the craftsmanship of the bike, the way that they've molded the tail so that it, if I remember correctly, it does not need a subframe, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's it. It is a really good bike, and that goes well with the BMW engine. The BMW engine has been tamed by the A-Racer ECU because, of course, the danger, and we saw it in the first time we saw these out last time at Sepang, is locking up on the down change, but they've tamed that. Hasn't been an issue since then.
You can still see the engine braking kicking in every now and then, but in comparison to round 2, it's much better.
Yeah, there is the quickest rider out on track there. Warapong in the white helmet.
Oh, someone's gone down there. That's Miyu Nakahara.
Miyu Nakahara has just gone down. Took a little bit of a knock. It wasn't too bad, but that bike's not in a good position.
Yeah, that's right on the apex there.
So yeah, the yellow flags will be waved frantically there, and the race director will be looking close at this to see what happened.
Yeah, we didn't catch it on camera, but you can see that Warapong is just trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
I think she just lost the rear on the exit of turn 1 and just slid down to turn 2.
Yeah, so she was in 4th. So she was pushing along nicely there. That's a shame, but we're back with the provisional, no, not provisional pole, because this is free practice for these guys, but fastest man on track there, Warapong. Warapong, who has, I don't call him project leader lightly, he has been really instrumental in getting this series off the ground and getting the riders trained, getting the bikes in good condition. He's great at setup, he's great at training. He's at a stage in his career where he's definitely giving something back, and he's still fast. The battle we saw with Hiroki Ono at Sugo, especially in race 2, was quite something, because then you could see the class. We knew Hiroki Ono's class, and if there ever was any doubt, which there shouldn't have been over A. Warapong, you could see it there. A. Warapong, yeah, that's his nickname. A is easier to say than Warapong.
Yeah. But now just 4 minutes and a bit left in the TVS Asia 1 Make Championship. We are watching now the second practice. For now, Warapong, he's the fastest rider. Deki Tiarno not too far off, and now there's Agung Septian. Miyu Nakahara, she was doing well in 4th, but unfortunately we saw her take a tumble in turn 2. James Frederick Jacobs, another one that took a tumble as well.
Yeah, that's three down in this session, the other one being Varis.
So now, ooh, someone going onto the grass there. I think that was Watcharin, who just went off really wide through turn 15 there.
Here is Arshad, the number 3, chased by Yato Kobayashi. And going through there was the other Japanese rider, Fugo Tanaka.
These conditions are tricky. It's damp. It's not drying up quickly. So the riders, while they will feel a bit more confident going into the corners, it can still catch you by surprise, as it has for quite a few riders already. This is Fugo Tanaka. Went through now as Watcharin.
Yeah, decent session for him. He's kept it nice and clean and fast, although I think you said you'd seen him take a little trip across the grass just now.
Yeah, I spotted someone going on the grass, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Watcharin. But he's recovered from that, and And coming through sector 1, yeah, you can see he's about 2 seconds off his first sector time.
Dekicano Aldi, Agung Septian, these are riders that we've seen at the front all the way through the 2 rounds so far, and this one. But Watcherin, I would expect something from him this round for sure. Freddie Jacobs, we know, is worth a little bet for the podium. Jagan Kumar, let's just take a look down and see how he's doing. 2:43, not really got it together yet. He says he's feeling a lot better after his long-term injuries, but we know he's capable of doing more than that. A huge following in India, Superbike rider, and really determined to make a comeback, and grateful for having been given the opportunity to ride in this TVS Asia 1 make.
For now, we're still following Watcherin, Tuptimon down the back straight of the Sepang International Circuit. They will have about 1 lap more to go in this session. And looking at Watcherin's time coming around, his momentum did get slowed down after running onto the grass there at the exit of turn 15, but he will be able to make up for it now on this lap. Agung Septian, he goes up in 2nd. Arshad Rushdi up into 4th, and Hayato Kobayashi goes up into 5th.
Yeah, good by Arshad. He showed that he wasn't shaken up by this morning's tumble. Scraping along on your helmet is never a nice experience.
Okay, looks like Vorapong, he's on a good lap. Fast through sector 1.
KY Ahmed going through, followed by Deepak Ravikumar. Those 2 Indian riders running together. This is, of course, an Indian manufacturer, although by no means an Indian dominated class. We've got 1, 2, 3 Indian riders, 3 Japanese.
Oof. Both Kewa Ahmed and Jagan Kumar, they went off wide there together, almost in tandem, and yeah, well, that's the end of the session for them. I think they didn't realize how little time there was left in the session. So now moving forward, ooh.
Another tumble. Is that?
Can't really
Not
tell
sure who that is.
Number 12, that is a Hayato Kobayashi. So the Japanese rider who had just improved up into 5th, he's crashed out there. That's at turn 7. Was it at turn 6? Oh, he's gone off at turn 6. That's a...
Yeah, you can see how this goes. They were getting faster and faster, and then a little mistake, and that's it. It shows how difficult these conditions are.
Yeah, these kind of conditions are tricky because there's not much rain dropping. Well, there isn't any at this point, I think, and you start to think that perhaps it's drying up a bit, I can start pushing a bit more, and once you start trying to push, you might just find that limit, and just like that, you lose the rear or the front.
Yeah, Miu Nakahara also crashed just after setting her best time.
So now we're looking at Natapon. Natapon currently running in 10th at 2:39.263. He's improving on this second sector now.
So Arshad going through there. He's shown well. His last lap was good. This lap, okay.
Yeah, Arshad might just be able to improve a little bit if he stitched up sector 4 well. But for now, we're looking at Watcherin Tuptimon. Decent first sector, second and third not too bad. Coming across, and it's an improvement at 2:38.447, but he remains in 8th.
Yeah, good job, as the checker flag has been taken by most of these guys. The first 3 were really clear for a while. Vorapong, once he, after trundling around in 5th or 6th, put the hammer down, got himself the fastest time, and maintained the lead. And there it is, confirmed. The provisional results anyway. Vorapong Malahuan, 2:36.9 for him, ahead of Dekicano Aldi, his championship rival, 2:37.5. Agung Septian, the Indonesian, 2:37.6. Arshad Rushdi, the Singaporean, 2:37. Hayato Kobayashi, 5th. 6th, Mu Nakahara, who had a late crash, as did Kobayashi. 7th, James Frederick Jacobs, Freddie Jacobs. 8th, Natapon Kaumun. 9th, Watcherin Tuptimon from Thailand. 10th, Fugo Tanaka from Japan. 11th, Jagan Kumar. 12th, Deepak Ravi Kumar. 13th, KY Ahmed. And 14th, well, no time because Faris Felix Fleming crashed, sadly, early in that session. And that wraps it for the Asia Road Racing Championship Round 4 for today. We will of course be back tomorrow, which will be warm up in the morning and race in the afternoon. So Saturday starts with qualifying for TVS Asia 1 make. We've just seen them there. Who knows what the conditions will be like for them, but they'll be underway at 8:30 Malaysian time. 2 sessions for them. And then there'll be warm-ups for the other classes. Again, that will be good to watch because we don't know what the conditions will be like, especially after today. And racing will be in the afternoon. So that's it for the Asia Road Racing Championship. There's more action to come for fans of the Malaysian Superbike Championship, which will be handled capably and dynamically by Daniel Bogas. But that's it for now. I'm Barry Russell. I will see you tomorrow.
Welcome back to the action from the Malaysia Superbike Championship. We're now going to watch the YAMAHA Y16ZR race Masterclass, the second practice session of the weekend for these riders. For those who are still wondering or who have just joined us, this weekend for the Asia Road Racing Championship, it will be run at the same time with the Malaysia Superbike Championship, the finale. Hence why we had some sessions for the Asia Road Racing Championship yesterday and the Malaysia Superbike Championship starting today for the Y16ZR Masterclass. For now, it's 20 minutes, which sounds long, but in the outlap itself, already 5 minutes have elapsed. So they'll get about, well, we saw the lap times earlier, they were well within 3 minutes and 30 or 40 seconds, I believe it was. This is always an interesting championship with at least 20 riders battling for the win right down to the line. It's always an incident-packed last lap when we watch these riders come around. When it comes to championship, the person with the quite a significant advantage is Faris Afiz. So if my calculations are correct, if Faris manages to win this is the first race of this weekend, he will be crowned the champion of this category. If he finishes second, I think there is still a possibility that he might be crowned the champion already, but that I will have to check once again. But for now, the only one close to him is Alif Daniel with 45 points. Behind Alif Daniel is 3 points down Adiputra Sukarno. Under Adiputra is Ahmad Shamil Akmal with 37 points. Adar Tsunami is in 5th with 36 points. Adar Tsunami getting a win in the second round and a decent finish in the second race. And Michael Jahar as well. He's one of the riders who started getting podiums in the Malaysian Cup Prix Championship. He's up into 6th with 31 points. So the battle for second is definitely still alive, but the battle for first, I will say, is quite a reach for the rest of the riders in the championship. Only Alif Daniel and Adiputra looking like they might be able to catch up with Faris, but Faris really with the big advantage. Faris Hafiz, as we know from the Cup Prix Championship, he's been one of those who has been so consistent and always improving. Just under 13 minutes left in this session. And, we still have yet for a fast lap to be completed. Now we're seeing this large group of riders all coming around. This group, I've spotted Ahmad Ikram Danish, who did decently in the first practice. First practice session, it was the likes of Abdullah Qayyum, who was fastest at 3 minutes 13. Muhammad Noor Hakim, Muhammad Noor Hafizullah in second, and Ahmad Shukran Aizat in third. The championship leader Faris Hafiz in practice only managed in 8th position, but we know about Faris is that he can start in the middle of the pack. Someone's fallen off there at turn 14. The fast right-hander, I believe that was... tell who that was, but I think that was Adam Michael Jahar. It looked like number 4. For now, all the riders bunching up into turn 15. Now Tsunami setting a decent time of 3:17. So for everyone else who has come across, it's slower than the likes of Adar Tsunami. To Adiputra Sukarno, and the only other rider with the 3:17. So So 3:17.125 from Adiputra Sukarno, 3:17.423 from Arash Tsunami. Muhammad Al Shakir 3:18.0, he's in third. Fazil Farouk in fourth with 3:18.859. Alif Daniel at 3:19.627, and below Alif Daniel is a 3:21, so the gap in time is quite significant there. So currently the pace setters on that first flying lap were the two star riders from the One Make Championship, Adiputra Sukarno and Arash Tsunami. Both from the Yamaha Petronas Super Series and the Yamaha, the Aeon Credit Series NVX Challenge. Now we're following this group of riders down into turn 5. Over there you can see Adiputra, he's on the inside there of turn 5, but looking like he's slowing down a little bit. And as Adiputra Sukarno, the current fastest rider on track, but improvements coming across the grid. Abdullah Qayyum, he's in 21st on that first flying lap, but he's done the fastest second sector. Ahmad Shukran Aizat, he's done the fastest first sector, so everyone is improving all across the numbers that we have. There's Adiputra and the likes of Idul Fitri. Idul Fitri, another very experienced rider. Now just 9 minutes left in the Yamalu White. Oh, someone's fallen out there. That is, I believe, Muhammad Iman Fahmi Sinin. Oh, and someone else as well involved there. Is that the likes of, I believe that is number 4. I think that's Adam Michael Jahar. If that is Adam Michael Jahar, then what a horror start it has been to practice, because he would have taken 2 falls at turn 14. Arash Tsunami now, he goes faster, 3:14.394 from Arash Tsunami. What a lap that is from him. And now we're looking down at the rest of the grid. Getting all these times coming across. We're getting a good look at Ahmad Shukran Aizat. And he goes fastest now at 2:11, but Abdullah Qayyum, 2:11.356. Now let's see what happened here at turn 14. Ooh, that is an awkward crash on the inside. Someone's fallen. I think that's a, Ahmad Sini. Look at all these riders now bunching up into turn 1. Tricky damp conditions we have here at the Sepang International Circuit. Still no dry line clearly shown, so it's still a damp track because it's still very cloudy. It still looks like it could rain. When I was interviewing customer Daniel earlier, there was actually a few droplets of rain coming down. So the weather's still very, very unpredictable. Now through turn 4, everyone coming away pretty clean. 7 minutes remaining in the Yamaha Y16ZR race MasterClass second practice session. There's Ahmad Shukran Aizat, the momentarily fastest rider in the group, but then bested by Abdullah Qayyum Abdul Razak. Fastest top speed, no surprise really, coming from Adiputra Sukarno, being a much smaller and lighter rider. He would have that advantage down the line. I can see this big group of riders. There's about easily 12 or 13 riders coming in there. Ooh, there's a bit of a dry area there at turn 9, so it's starting to dry out slightly. Gonna hold them bunched up, coming through turn 11 now. Some improvements coming from Arasunami. He's done a really good sector timing. And I'm curious because it looks like Arasunami, I think he's riding alone without any slipstream. That's a really impressive effort from the young rider. Now we keep going on to the penultimate corner, turn 14 in the Sepang International Circuit. And they line up for the run down onto the back straight. The bottom left of your screen there. Looks like something's happened again at turn 14. Oh dear, that's a fast crash. Was that other tsunami that's fallen? I don't see him currently on our screens. Number 30. Oh no, there's our tsunami. Oh, he's put his hand up, so I think he's going back into the pit, so it's going to be unfortunate for Arash. I think that was him that's fallen. Because he was miles ahead of this group, and yeah, now he's just heading back into the pit. So an unfortunate end to the second practice session for Arasunami, but we know he's such a strong rider and he will be able to bounce back from this. Now everyone coming down into turn 3 once again. Ooh, bit of a moment. Now they keep on going. 4 minutes left in this section, so they should have one more lap after this one, coming up right after this. Coming down into turn 5, you see this large group of riders all lining up, trying to get the benefit of slipstream, trying to find the ins and outs in these conditions, understanding the weather itself as well. There we go, all these riders bunching up, getting really tasty there between Elijah Amashuk and Aizat, between himself as well as Elijah Mamadou Hakim. So a bit of a contrast to what we saw yesterday, earlier today, except for Elijah Abdullah Qayyum. He's still the fastest at 3:11.536. Just 2.5 minutes left in this session, and these riders will be trying to battle for that pace once again. Oh, and it's another big crash there in turn 14. Turn 14 has had a crash on every lap. This has been such an eventful session. So many crashes coming through. So let's see what happened over here. So into turn 14. Oh dear. So 2 riders just fell down there, and then the rider on the yellow bike just got completely washed away from trying to avoid them and went straight into the gravel trap. It's a bit of an awkward situation for those riders. I can't tell who that is, but I think Abdullah Qayyum, he's one of the riders involved in that crash, so that's unfortunate for him. He was on a really good pace in this session and in practice 1. But for now, his time 3:11.356, that still stands up there. Still the fastest time we've had of this session. So Aris Tsunami, Muhammad Fazil, Muhammad Farouk, they're the two riders who are in the pit area currently. Through turn 3 now we go. We see Adi Putra Sukarno there, he's popped up the number 25. Warshad, he's all the way down in 14th currently, right behind Danny Mikhail Khairo Fauzi, who's in 13th. Riders all improving now through Sector 1. Through 5 and 6 now, all these riders go. And just 20 seconds left, so the check flag will come up before these riders reach the start-finish line, and they will conclude their final lap at the conclusion of the YAMAHA Y16ZR Race Masterclass second practice session. Now we're following them through turn 7 and 8, and I think I still see a slight dry line appearing here and there, but it's very, very faint. It's not significant enough to be considered a dry track. It's still quite damp out there. As you can see, the riders still riding rather carefully. Now they come up turn 9 into turn 10, the right-hand, and the checker flag is out now. And looking at the timings, no one in the top 6 is really improving. Amikram Danish, Daniel Johan, Muhammad Nur Hakim, Adi Putra, Danny Mikhail, Adib Arshad, Aidil Muhammad Ayub. These are riders who are still on improving laps, so look out for their names popping up. There definitely will be a shift in positions. Muhammad Nur Hakim just sets the fastest third sector time of this session. Now they come down to the back straight of the Sepang International Circuit. The last long straight before the run down to the line after turn 15. You can see everyone is just tucking in. That's Muhammad Aidil on the left of your screens there, number 24. Adi Putra, he's caught in between a few bikes there, but he's making it through into turn 15. That's their run down to the line. Let's see who is going to be bumped up a couple of positions. Some improvements all across the sector times for many riders in this group. Coming through, yes, it's a big change. Muhammad Nur Hakim, Nur Hafizullah, he goes up into second. Faris Hafiz, he pops up into fourth. Muhammad Al Shakir in fifth. Idil Fitri up into sixth. Muhammad Zaki Ahmad, he's up into eighth. And all the riders are either pushed up or pushed down the order with that large group coming through. But for now, the checker flag is out, and that is the conclusion of the YAMAHA Y16ZR Race Masterclass second practice session. Join the Y16ZR Race Masterclass once again tomorrow. For now, this is a day done for the riders in this category. So the results from the practice are as follows. Abdullah Qayyum in first, once again. Second is Muhammad Nur Hakim, Nur Hafizullah, once again in both practice sessions. Third is Ahmad Shukran Aizat, once again also a repeat. Third position from practice 1. In fourth is Muhammad Faris Hafiz. Fifth is Muhammad Al Shakir. Sixth is Idil Fitri Mahadi. Seventh, Arashanami Zaki Ahmad Zamri in eighth. Ninth is Alif Daniels. 10th is Afizi Supat. 11th, Amerikam Danish. Daniel Johan in 12th. Muhammad Faiz Khairul Azmi in 13th. 14th is Adib Arshad. 15th, Adi Putra Sukarno. 16th is Muhammad Shamil Amshar. 17th, Muhammad Aidil Muhammad Ayub. 18th is Danny Mikhail Khairul Fauzi. 19th is Muhammad Fazil Muhammad Farouk. 20th, Afiq Harith Abu Bakar. 21st, Lutfi Shah Narizman. 22nd, Amirun Hazik Johan. 23rd, Iman Fahmi. 24th is Shazurin Q Abshar. 25th is Ryan Kardani. 26th, Irfan Danish. 27th, Muhammad Danish Zarif. 28th, Adib Hakim Nazri. 29th is Muhammad Danish Aiman, and 30th without any time is Muhammad Adam Haikal Jahar, who we saw crash twice in a row at the same corner. You join us now once again for the final action of this long Friday afternoon. Well, it's now well into the evening. It's currently 5:55 p.m. in the Sepang International Circuit in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And we're now joined for the MSBK 250 class for the second practice session of today. And you'll notice a lot of names missing from this category. The entire SIC racing team is not taking part in this 250 class due to the riders having other commitments in different championships. For now, we still have some exciting battles coming up ahead. We have the two riders from the Horizon Racing team doing well earlier today in practice one. The likes of Amir Izzat and Abdul Hafiz Amir Izzat and Muhammad Izrul Huzaimi. Championship-wise, it is pretty much Irfan Haikal's championship for taking. He just has to finish the races. He actually could just almost sit back and relax in all the races, and he will be crowned the champion of the MSBK 250 class. Patel Ashish, this is his opportunity to claw into the top 3 spots of the A group, being that the other competitors in front of him are all missing from this weekend's action. There you can see Patel Ashish having a bit of a scrap between himself, Amir Izzat, and the likes of Muhammad Izrul. The weather is very gloomy, very cool temperatures that we're getting in Sepang. The track is still pretty damp. It's not, you can see that bit of a dry line appearing here and there, but it's not anywhere near completely dry. It's still 50-50 mixed conditions, so you can see some riders will be taking the corners quite carefully. Just making sure that they judge the conditions before trying to push harder and harder. And there you can see the spots of dry track here and there, but still mostly a damp track. Earlier in practice one, we saw a fully wet track where we saw Irfan Haikal doing a 2:46, and the gap between himself and Israel Huzaimi in second was 10.5 seconds. Amir is at 12.5 seconds down in third. Afiq Hamdan, he makes his step up into the MSBK 250 class with Savitar Racing, donning the number 25 from Azan Shah, his mentor and academy boss in the Capri Championship. Oh, speaking of Afiq Hamdan, just as I mentioned him, he's gone down there. That's at turn 14. That's really unfortunate for Afiq Hamdan, and yeah, he's too small to pick that bike up. The bike did look humongous and under the hands of Afiq Hamdan. There you go, Patel Ashish. Momentarily, he's first with a 257.4. Israel Huzaimi, 257.5. Irfan Haikal comes across with a 246.1. So really no contest at all for Irfan Haikal this round. At this point, all he has to do is just finish the remainder of the races and happily take away that MSBK 250 championship crown. Alif Ashraf, who comes back into the MSBK 250 class, he's just gone in third fastest, 253.5. Amirul Afiq, another rider from the 250 class previously, has come back and he's done a 253.5. There's 22 minutes and a bit remain now in the MSBK 250 second practice session. You can see there Irfan Haikal from the Bunsio Honda Racing team. His teammate Idlan Hakimi is not involved in the MSBK Championship for this round. We saw him in last round with very consistent and strong performances. He'll be focusing on the Asia Road Racing Championship this weekend. There we're following Irfan Haikal, by the looks of it. Israel Huzaimi, he's trying to stick to the tail of Irfan Haikal, which would be a good tactic to deploy. try and latch behind the fastest rider in the category currently. Followed the Bunsu Honda Racing Team rider down through turn 12 and 13 and now into turn 14. Long right-hander. We saw a couple of incidences here in the last category, the Y16ZR MasterClass. I saw Afiq Hamdan as well going down there already at the start of this session. So hopefully Afiq Hamdan can get that bike back to the pit and enable himself to try and complete some laps in the second practice session before they head for qualifying tomorrow. Patel Ashish there on the brakes with Irfan Haikal. He's going to get a bit slowed down by Patel there in his racing line. Irfan there makes the exit. It's a bit of a slipstream there on the exit of turn 15 on Patel. Comes across now even faster, 244.371. So Irfan just running away with it. Patel Ashish improves into second again. 252.304. This is Mohammad Zulhusni, rider number 30 on that CBR 250 RR machinery. Murafiq, he momentarily went up a position, but he's just dropped down now by Mohammad Zakir Nakiuddin, who goes second fastest at 252.249 from him. Sanato Zakira there on your screens, number 88. She didn't have a long session in practice 1, so let's hope that she can get some mileage coming in this practice 2 session before heading to the qualifying and races into this weekend. Irfan Haikal, he's on a rapid lap. He's just done the fastest sector 1 and sector 2 timing. Afiq's bike definitely not lacking in the top speed department. He's come across with 180 kilometers per hour, the fastest top speed so far in this session. He's also improving, so is Patel Ashish and Mohammad Zakir Nakiuddin. Amr Izzat, he's already gone back into the pit, so he's only completed the 1 lap, I believe. And here's Amirul Afiq on the CBR 250 RR. So Amirul Afiq, he's competing in the A category as well, so he'll be looking to try and close the gap between himself and the riders in front of him, to try and climb up in the point standings. Alif Ashraf there right in front of him, nearly side by side there. Alif Ashraf this time round, he is riding for the Teguh Mukti's racing team, whereas the likes for Amirul Afiq is riding for the Budak Kimia John Chain Loop racing team. There you go, Amirul Afiq going on the inside of Alif Ashraf there. Patel Ashish is just taking a breather on the far right of our screens there on the back straight. Irfan Haikal came across with a 242.626, so constant and steady improvements from the Bunsu Honda Racing Team rider. Here we follow Mohammad Amirul Afiq. Should be on an improving lap. He comes across now and he does improve up into second at 247.383, so much more like it from Amirul Afiq. We know he's a talented rider, so this is more like it. He's just 4 seconds off the pace of Irfan Haikal currently. regards to the A Championship. It's a big opportunity for the likes of Patel Ashish and Zakir Nakiuddin to close up into the need some good finishes in all 3 races, and they'll be able to find their way through. In the case of Amir Al-Afik, he needs quite a star performance, which is going to be hard in regards to beating Irfan Haikal. So I don't think he's going to have a shot at... Well, he has a shot, but it's to beat Irfan Haikal is going to be a big task. But anything can happen in racing, so for him to climb back up into the top 3 is going to be quite the challenge on his hands. There we have one of the B group riders, Fauzi Hassan, number 66. Currently running in 12th position. Irfan Haikal, he's on another improving lap, so it should be a good time coming in from Irfan. I suspect we'll see just a low 242 or higher 241. So 15 minutes left now in the MSBK250 Practice 2 session. It's been a rather slow session so far. The track conditions still a bit tricky. Everyone just trying to gauge the grip level that they can get. Most important thing is to try not to fall and risk an injury or damage the bike in these practice sessions. Just need to gauge where they can be, what the timing is if they push. Irfan Haikal, he's come across at 241.117. So as expected, Irfan Haikal, he remains in first position. So here we go, and we're following Muhammad Fauzi Hassan once again. Alif Ashraf, he's just gone up into third at 251.185. Now we see Amir Izzat, he's rejoined on track once again. Zakir Nakiuddin and Ashish Patel and Muhammad Ezrik Shah is there in the pits. Muhammad Isrul Huzaimi, he's coming out the pit lane currently. Here's Muhammad Fauzi Hassan, rider number 66. His fastest lap so far for him is that lap itself at 257.498. Here we're having a look at Siti Nur Shafia for the BTEC Racing team. She's down in 13th with a 3-minute 4.224. That's the fastest time that so far that she's set in this session, and that was set on the lap that was just concluded. Now we're still following Siti Nur Shafia. In front of her there is Fauzi Hassan. So yeah, Siti Nur Shafia, she's making some decent progress all throughout the season. She's improving steadily. She's slowly making her way through in these championships. Behind there is Abdul Hafiz Sheikh Hussain. There we're looking now once again at Alif Ashraf. You can see Alif Ashraf's time and Siti Nur Shafia's at the bottom right of his screens there. Alif Ashraf will be looking to try and close the gap between himself and the likes of Amirul Afik. Bit of a task, however, because the gap is about 5 seconds. A bit of a wobble there for Alif Ashraf as he goes into turn 15. the name is familiar, then it makes sense because he is the younger brother of Aiman Tahiruddin. Now we're looking down at the back straight once again. So Mohamed Haikal there momentarily. He's come across into 3rd position. He's gone up ahead of Alif Ashraf. Here's once again we're looking at Siti Nur Shafia. In front of Siti Nur Shafia is Ahmad Faris Zafri, who's lapping just about a second faster than her. So now 11 minutes left in this MSBK 250 second practice session. Following Siti Nur Shafia, number 35 there. Very unique fairing design with the eyes on the front of a bike. You can see the dry lines appearing here and there on the circuit, so the lap times will be dropping here and there. Irfan Haikal is on a decent lap, fastest through Sector 1 and Sector 3. So this could be a lap time that drops below the 2-minute 40s. Here's Irfan Haikal, the current fastest rider in the MSBK 250 class for this weekend. He comes across and it's a 240.648. Haikal with the loneliest of rides this time around this weekend. Doesn't really have anyone to contest him. So it's going to be a battle with the mind and just him trying to finish every race with a solid finish. And well, we predict it's most likely going to finish well into the 1st position, given that he is such a star performer and he has not set a foot wrong since round 1 of the Malaysia Superbike Championship. That's the last time we saw some so-called rookie errors from the young rider. Just under 9 minutes left. It looks like most of the riders more or less where they were in the last couple of laps as well. Not really much movement going on in regards to timing. Rafiq Hamdan as well, he hasn't come back out yet. And for now, still pretty rough weather that we're having in Sepang. Rough in the sense that it's just been very gloomy, it's been raining on and off, and yeah, it's always a tricky track to come to, not knowing what the weather is going to be like in the next day. Now we're looking at bunch of riders coming through. This is Cairo Amirin, rider number 56. He's running the 2-minute 50s, but in the A group he is trailing quite a bit, so he's going to have to find something special to try and make his way up. So now 7 minutes remaining in this MSBK 250 second practice session here. Irfan Haikal, he's improved up into 239.925. So Irfan Haikal, as predicted, he's doing a good job there in first place, and it's definitely looking like he will be cruising towards a victory, as the gap between himself and Amirul Afik is 5 seconds. And over the course of an 8-lap race, I think there will be a very significant gap that shows when it comes to that. So for now, looking down at the back straight once again, 6.5 minutes left in this MSBK 250 class session. And Amirul Afiki's improved his time, just 3.9 seconds now behind the likes of Irfan Haikal, 2:43.894. So a decent time that is coming in from Amirul Afik. He's looking a bit more confident this time round. Here's Amirul Afik of the Budak Kimia John Chain Loop Racing team. He'll be looking to really try and find that extra bit of pace that he requires in this championship. We know he's a fast rider, and we know that he can bring the pace when it matters. So it's just whether he can really get that all sorted for this weekend. Once again at Amirul Afik, he makes his way now. Amirul Afik is still putting in a good fight, I must say. Even though Irfan Haikal seems to be running away with it. Alif Ashraf, he was in the pit for quite a while there, and now he's coming back out of pit lane. So we're going to see where Alif Ashraf can put himself, whether he can improve a bit more to close the gap between himself and the likes of Amirul Afik. There's Irfan Haikal, the fastest rider in this category in the past 2 sessions. Looks like he's possibly done already with his session with 4 minutes remaining. Nesaidatul Zakira once again on your screens, number 88. You can tell distinctively with those pink stripes on her racing suit. It's a bit easier to distinguish her from the rest. There's Amirul Afik now. He's gonna line up onto the straight. It's an improving lap from him, so he might close the gap even further. Comes across now, and it's a 2:42.464, so 2.5 seconds behind Irfan Haikal. So not too bad at all from Amirul Afik. So that we're just following Amirul Afik once again. Still damp conditions in the Sepang International Circuit. We're not seeing much of a dry line showing. We saw spots of dry track here and there, but it's not giving a consistent dry line. And you can see there, Irfan Haikal, he was just entering the Bunsu Honda racing team pit garage. 3 minutes remaining in this MSBK 250 Practice 2 session. Afik there, and through turn 5 and 6 is coming. It's fast through this first sector, and looks like he's going to close the gap again on Irfan Haikal. It's Amirul Afik there into 7 and 8, looking very smooth and composed, and he's fast again through sector 2, so he's definitely going to close the gap between himself and Irfan Haikal. For now, here is Muhammad Nur Haikal. Nur Haikal, he's in 5th position at 2:48.509 for the rider. Yeah, it looks like Afi Hamdan, he will not be coming out again. As The session is now only having 2 minutes left, so Afiq Hamdan not having done any proper pace times. He's going to be going into this weekend quite blindsided in his 250cc debut. Now following Mamanur Haikal, Mamanur Fikri, number 93. He's on that Yamaha R25 machinery. Looks like Alif Ashraf, he's come back into the pit. He was coming out, but looks like he decided to just stay now. Muhammad Izrul Huzaimi, he's on an improving lap as well. And Amr Al-Afiq, he's just set the fastest third sector time of this session. And I don't mean to jump the gun, but it looks like he is possibly going to take first away from Irfan Haikal. And he comes across, it's a 2 minute 40.537, so just 0.6 seconds behind the likes of Irfan Haikal. So top job from Amirul Afiq. So just over half a minute left now in the MSBK250 Practice 2. There's Mamanur Haikal. He's going to head back straight into the paddock. We don't have many riders out on track still. We have more or less. We have about 10 riders still out on track. A lot of them just riding leisurely. So now we have about 10 seconds left in MSBK 250 Practice 3. The checker flag will come out at any time now. But now here's Muhammad Fauzi Hassan, who is on a decent lap himself. He's improving further. As we said, this checker flag is out now to conclude the MSBK 250 second practice session. Now we're just watching Muhammad Fauzi Hassan. It looks like he's going back straight into the pits, which is a pity because he was on a really good lap as well. Yeah, for now, there goes Fauzi Hassan straight into the pit lane. Checker flag being shown there at the front, straight of the Sepang International Circuit. Just to indicate to all the riders that the session has concluded. This is Muhammad Ezrik Shahriz, number 77 from the Budak Kimia John Chainlu Racing Team. He comes around now to take the checker flag. Let's see improve further, and he does improve his time to a 2:53.595, but he remains in 11th. How about Farid Zafri behind him there, coming across, remains 12th. Improved as well, 2:57.318. Siti Noor Shafia as well, she has improved the timing to a 2:57.960, but she remains in 13th for now. We look at Amirul Afiq as he has this one more lap to complete, and it doesn't look like it's going to be an improving lap once again. It's decent through sector 1, but sectors 2 and 3 slower compared to Irfan Haikal's time. But he has done another 2:41, so currently the two fastest riders in this championship is Irfan Haikal and Amirul Afiq. And I'm pretty sure, looking at the timings now, there's no one that's going to be challenging them for the top spots. There's Muhammad Izrul, as well as Siti Noor Shafia. So Siti, she's going on to complete her lap now. Apologies, Sadatul, she's coming in to complete her lap now. She comes across, she has improvements through sector 1 and 2. Let's see what she does as she comes now at 3:19.53. So, sorry, 3:3.573. So nowhere near her fastest lap time, and nowhere near enough to push her up ahead, I should say, of Siti Noor Shafia. But that concludes the final action of the day, the MSBK 250 Practice 2. The results are as on screen. Irfan Haikal in first, Amirul Afiq coming awfully close to Irfan Haikal. Alif Ashraf in third, Israel Huzaimi in fourth, Muhammad Noor Haikal in fifth, Muhammad Amir Izzat Rosali in sixth, seventh Karul Amirin, 8th is Mohammad Zakir Nakiuddin, 9th is Ashish Patel, 10th is Mohammad Fauzi Hassan, 11th Ezrik Sharis, 12th Faris Zafri, 13th Siti Nur Shafia, 14th is Saidatul Zakira, 15th is Abdul Chafiz Che Hussein, 16th is Mohammad Zulfadli Ishaq, and then 18th is Mohammad Zul Husni Jaluddin, 19th and 20th with no time is Afiq Hamdan and Irfan Safwan. So that it concludes the action of the day for the Asia Road Racing Championship and the Malaysian Superbike Championship. And we'll catch you guys tomorrow for plenty more action this weekend. Stay tuned. We'll see you tomorrow.